everybody wants to have. There are some tea, coffee outside.
A very good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister is here with us, so anytime he'll be joining. I request all members, all guests to kindly seated, please.
नहीं नहीं आप आ जाओ. Request everybody to be seated, please. You be seated there on the chair there. Welcoming all of you. Just a few minutes, please. Thank you for your patience. I hope I'm audible at the last. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Honorable Shri Didula Sridhar Babuji, Honorable Minister for Industries and IT, Government of Telangana, Hyderabad. He entered politics at the age of 29 and he's elected as the undivided Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly in 1999, 2004, 2009, 2018 and 2023. May we request his sir to please do the ribbon cutting ceremony. Everybody please put your hands together. Welcome, sir. May I request yourself to please come on stage. May I request Sri Pankaj Bora ji, our National President IACC, to come up on stage. Mr. Ganesh Subudhi, our Chairman IACC Andhra and Telangana branch, to come on stage. Mr. Srikant Badiga, Regional President IACC SIC, to please come on stage. Mr. Madhav Reddy Yattam, Founder and CEO Rotomaker India, to please come on stage. Mr. Rajiv Chilaka, Founder and CEO of Green Gold Animation, please. Mr. Sridhar Mupidi, co-founder of Yes No, please come on stage. Are we joined by Sri MSR, sir, from T-Hub? All right. May I please play the national anthem? Mr. Raghavan. Mr. Purnachandra Rao.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Mr. Raghavan Srinivasan, please. Counselor for Commercial Affairs, U.S. Consulate. The next.
Mr. Madhusudan, CEO, TSIC.
Thank you. May I request the Honorable Minister with the other dignitaries on dais to come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. Mr. Pankaj Bora, our National President, IACC, and other dignitaries on the dais, please come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony.
राजश्री सोल से सारे अपडेट्स पाने के लिए बेल आइकन दबाइए।
शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदाम् शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते। शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदाम् शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते। शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदाम् शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते। शुभं करोति कल्याणम् शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते। शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदाम् शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते।
Vasudev Kutumbakam, one earth, one family.
शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदाम् शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते। शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदाम् शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते।
I request everybody here to be seated, please.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदाम् शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते।
May I request Mr. Pankaj Bora, our National President for Indo-American Chambers of Commerce, to please present a bouquet to the Honorable Minister Shri Ram Babuji. May I request Mr. Mike to please present a bouquet to Mr. Raghavan from the U.S. Consulate. With these words, I would request Mr. Srikanth Badiga, our Regional President, SIC, to please come and give the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Atidhi Devo Bhava. గౌరవనీయులు మంత్రివర్యులు శ్రీధర్ బాబు గారికి, people on dais, off the dais, very good morning to you. I take this occasion as the regional president of South India of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce in welcoming you all to this auspicious and thought-provoking gathering. This particular gathering would focus more on the multimedia sector, video animation related industry, which Hyderabad is famous for. As we all know, sir, South India, every person from South India, or matter of fact in India, is so smitten and carried away by this multimedia world, that multimedia is part of our day-to-day life. We are proud on behalf of IACC that we got this opportunity to host this occasion to meet who's who of this industry. Here, sir, in this particular August gathering, we have smaller space to biggest players to showcase their talent during the course of this particular day. They will be showcasing their talent, what they have, and the works they have done in the past. And by the end of the day, I'm sure they would pave a big path, especially to Hyderabad, what this beautiful city, Hyderabad, under your able leadership, also under the able leadership of our Mukhyamantri Garu, Revanth Reddy Garu, would do to this particular wonderful city. It's going to complement more and more as it is known as IT hub. But this particular industry, animation and the latest AI technology and all which we're going to do is going to do wonders to this industry and add other feather in the cap of the Hyderabad. With this, sir, once again, I wholeheartedly thank you for sparing your valuable time and coming here all the way, despite of your busy schedule. I'm sure your insight about this industry, your views, would give us more and more thought-provoking suggestions. With this, once again, I welcome you all to the August gathering, and thank you so much, sir, Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the opening remarks, sir. May I request Mr. Pankaj Bora, our National President, Indo-American Chambers, to kindly come and give the presidential address.
Chief guest, Honorable Minister for Industries and IT, Government of Telangana, Sri Sridhar Babuji, guest of honor, Consular for Commercial Affairs, U.S. Consulate General Hyderabad, Mr. Raghavan Srinivasan, all senior officers from the Government of Telangana, our past National President, Shri Purnachandra Rao, our Chairperson for the National Committee on Services, Ms. Jyoti Kaur, industry leaders from audiovisual and gaming industry, dear members, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to you all. First of all, on behalf of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, I welcome you to this very informative conference, The World of Entertainment, Animation, Gaming and Film, which is organized by our National Committee on Services. As you might be aware, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce is an apex bilateral chamber promoting trade, commerce and investments between India and USA. This chamber came into being in 1968. Today we are almost 55 years old. We have 14 offices all across India and more than 1,700 American and Indian companies as our member. We do have partner organizations in USA. We have around 38 MOU partners with IACC in USA. When we started this chamber, the bilateral trade between India and USA was hardly $6 billion. But today, I'm happy to share with you that bilateral trade between India and USA has crossed $200 billion. And America has emerged as the largest trading partner of India. Our basic function is the policy advocacy. We engage with Government of India, Government of USA, and provincial governments of both the countries to put forward views of our members and to make sure that their interests are protected in policy formation. Besides this, we have been doing many other services we are providing to our members. And one of them is to hold this kind of conference, seminar, workshop, whereby we update our members as to what is going on in the industry. If we talk about Indo-US economic partnership, the Indo-US business relations are stronger than ever. With the changing global dynamics, shifting economic landscape, emerging technologies, and favorable regulatory changes by both the governments have opened a lot of opportunities for the business community of India and USA. I believe this is the most opportune time for us. We must seize this moment. all those who are aspiring to have business with USA or the companies, existing companies, those who want to grow their business with USA, use this time to grow and increase bilateral trade and investment between India and USA. All these years, we were simply exporting and importing goods and services. But today, we are entering into a new orbit of business relationship with the USA. We are talking about technology transfers. We are jointly working on many space application programs. We are discussing civil use of nuclear technology, and we are working on many projects relating to innovation, emerging technologies, cyber security, space security. Today's theme of program, the world of entertainment, animation, gaming, and film, is very relevant for the Indo-US business corridor. This is the area where our business can grow multifold. As you all are aware, the technological changes increase internet penetration and usage of the smartphone has revolutionized this animation, visual effects, gaming, comic, and extended reality sector a great deal. The estimated size of this industry, the global size of this industry is around $800 billion. And it's a forecast by the experts that by 2030, this size will grow up to 1.5 trillion. India has made rapid stride in this field, but still there is a huge scope for Indians to grow in this sector. Our market share is still very negligible in this business. Though Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune, many other centers, a lot of work is going on. But still we have to catch up. And America is still leader in this field. And Indo-American Chamber of Commerce is working very hard that how our businesses can grow with America in this sector. Even based on the report of the Task Force of the Information and Broadcasting Ministry, Government of India has also taken many initiatives such as allowing 100% FDI in this sector, production link incentives, promoting skill development, and many other financial and non-financial benefits are offered to the players of this industry. And even provincial governments are working hard, and Telangana, I would say, is in the front runner who has been promoting this industry wholeheartedly. I'm glad that our chamber has organized in the day. We have many technical sessions where eminent speakers and business leaders will share their knowledge and wisdom on this subject. I hope all the participants would be enlightened by this very informative, insightful, and engaging sessions which have been planned for the day. So, without taking much time, I would like to thank Ms. Jyoti Kaur, our National Committee on Services, and our partner organization, TVAGA, Office Bearers of TVAGA, our leadership from the Andhra Pradesh and Telangana branch, and all the secretarial team of IACC and TVAGA for organizing this wonderful program. So, thank you, and a warm welcome to you again. Thanks.
May I request Mr. Raghavan Srinivasan, Counselor for Commercial Affairs, U.S. Consulate General, to please kindly come and say a few words.
Oh, there you go. Namaskaram, everyone. Good morning. My pronouns to Honorable Minister Sridhar Babu Garu and all my the distinguished friends on stage with me, and ladies and gentlemen. I am going to admit I am not an expert on Telugu movies besides having watched RRR twice. So I did, but I remembered, gaming and movies have produced some amazing inventions like ChatGPT and artificial intelligence. So I did use these chips that gaming that were made for gaming are now used for all the AI tools. So I did ask AI what I should talk about today. And unfortunately, one of the things that AI is still not very good at is writing engaging scripts. So, but I did have the advantage of talking to my kids who watch way too many movies. And I asked them, hey, what would you like to see in terms of, they watch a lot of Hollywood, they love Indian movies. What would you like to see more of? And they said, we'd love to see more Indian cartoons. So that's something that I hope that, I can inspire some of you in this attending who can make more good Indian cartoons.
The opportunity to share any thoughts on the remarkable occasion. Always supports the growth of the industry. And Mr. Jason Garu for always being an ally. He'll be joining today after post lunch. Yeah. And also on the stage, all my friends in order to time. And I would like to extend warm welcome to all distinguished guests from the industry. A lot of people are watching online and offline. Yeah. The IACC has been a catalyst for the growth of working actively to protect and promote the interest of Indo-US business community and engaging with both governments for the policy, and their efforts have been instrumental in fostering a strong and vibrant economic relationship between nations. The collaboration between IACC and TVAGA is a significant milestone, posed to further catalyst and economic. Telangana, particularly Hyderabad, has a rich legacy in filmmaking. Our city has long been a center for cinematic excellence, producing iconic movie films like Bahubali, Pushpa, Triple Kalki, Chota Bheem, and many more. The Oscar win of Triple Best Original Song is proud moment for all of us, showcasing the world-class talent that thrives in our region. In addition to the cinematic heritage, Hyderabad ranks itself as a brilliant technology foundation. Our city home is to over 1 million professionals in tech sector and hosts more than 1,500 companies, including global giants like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, and many more companies. These companies engage in cutting-edge product development and innovation solutions, reinforcing Hyderabad's reputation as a tech hub. Our students produce that international standards, making Telangana a preferred destination for global outsourcing. In Telangana, 300 plus animation VFX companies are there. Telangana has highest animation VFX companies in India. Yeah. If you look at Hollywood in Los Angeles and New York, there are like 7,500 studios, and Soho in London have some studios. But if you look at number of small and medium size, Hyderabad is one of the highest number of companies we produce. And many of studios have been working for 15 years, serving industry and supporting studios like Warner Brothers, Sony, Disney, Paramount, Technicolor from last 15 years. More than 3,000 movies have been worked for the VFX, animation, gaming, restoration industry supporting the US. So it's been more than 50 years, and it's a very package support for the US studios and India. If you look at compared to Bangalore and Mumbai, we have the highest companies, So and it's doing very good, and we are very proud for the support of Telangana government, who has provided us a good platform. And India Joy is one of the events which happens with the support of Government of Telangana. We have been doing last 6 years, and around 20,000 people come for this event. We get delegates around 150 to 200 from UK, U.S., Canada, Australia, Singapore. We have a lot of business council exchange. It's one of the events which Telangana has taken with the TVAGA and Telangana government, which has been attracting many global companies to come to India to understand the skills and expertise of the animation and VFX gaming industry. Yeah, and as I request to support this for us, the IT Minister to support the industry, and I thank everybody, all the attendees of AVGC industry, and thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So as rightly said, we are also having the participation of American companies. We are glad to have Warner Brothers speak to us for a minute, please. Mr. Uttam Singh, please join the head for Discovery Kids Cluster.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody hear me.
Yes.
Great. It's wonderful to be part of the and to be invited as speaker today and address this wonderful gathering. Thank you. Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, Telangana VFX Animation Gaming Association, the Government of Telangana, Prime Minister, Ms. Jyoti, people and delegates. For more than 100 years, Warner Brothers Discovery has redefined how the audience around us consumes media and entertainment. Quite early on, Warner Brothers Discovery recognized that in India is an opportunity and pre-growth market by launching India's first dedicated kids platform, Cartoon Network, in 1995. This revolutionized the kids entertainment space with high-quality global animated content and gave rise to a whole new category, kids genre. Using another opportunity, driven by the love of local content, deep cultural roots in storytelling, a cinema-loving audience, and the growing ecosystem of animation talent, artists, production houses, WBD launched Pogo, India's first homegrown kids entertainment network that led the charge in bringing local stories to the mainstream television. That move became a huge success for WBD and continues to be. Warner Brothers Discovery became one of the largest investors in the Indian animation industry and its growing ecosystem. And here are a few examples. Boom, India's most beloved and iconic character, made in India and loved by the world, conceived through a visionary partnership with Greenwood Animation, based right here in the state of Telangana. Shadi Tilaka, Identity Masato, and WBD is now in its 16th year of production. This multi-awarded show is also India's longest running animation series and game changer. Beam has had a multi-generational impact, becoming a cultural phenomenon for the kids and families across. Another example, lumber. An Emmy nominated series co-developed with WBD, an Indian creator warehouse from Pinnacle Studios. This critically acclaimed show continues to win hearts globally on a marquee local platform, Mac, demonstrating the potential for locally produced content to resonate with an international audience. Its success highlights the global appeal of Indian creativity and innovation in animation. Another wonderful example, a recent one, is Tom and Jerry in Singapore. This global classic and iconic series was recently revamped with an Asian touch and capturing the same level of energy and entertainment. The series co-developed with global and local talent was directed, produced, and animated in India. A shining example which speaks highly of the animation talent in the country. Lastly, Warner Discovery is dedicated to nurturing India's animation and gaming sector, empowering local talent and cultivating creative collaboration. Our initiatives aim to propel innovation and elevate storytelling to a global stage as India asserts itself as the beginning AVGC hub. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pinnacle. May I request Mr. Madhusudan, Chief Director of Projects, to kindly come and say two.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, Government of Telangana, Shri TVAGA, Shri Radhakrishnan, other dignitaries in the dais from IACC, from TVAGA, all the participants of the conference on gaming, VFX, and animation who have come here today. A very good morning to all of you. I'm glad that this conference is being organized by IACC and TVAGA, and we are very fortunate that the Honorable Minister has taken time and come here to grace the occasion and to be with you today. Thank you, sir. I represent an organization called Telangana Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, which is the offshoot of the Industries Department, which the Honorable Minister is the head of the government. So we take up typically the development of the industrial parks, also the states, in all the districts of the state, and we have done pioneering work earlier and also now. So under the guidance and leadership of the Honorable Minister, it will be relevant to tell you all that we are coming up with what is called an image cover. Many of you who are here may be aware, it's very close by proximity of this building. We are coming with the image cover for exactly the same purpose of animation and gaming, VFX, and related activity. It is a 16 lakh square feet building on a PPP public partnership program project that we are running with 16 lakh square feet of built-up space. And I'm sure this will be of great use to all the stakeholders here. Coming to the relationship of Indo-American context, Honorable Minister just recently, that is just last week, was in U.S.A, United States of America, and we were all part of the delegation which the Honorable Minister has led. And we had a series of meetings with American companies and also with the American Chamber of Commerce, AmCham. And Honorable Minister addressed AmCham and welcomed the American interests in India, and more specifically in Hyderabad, will be promoted by the Government of Telangana. We are looking forward for that. I'm also thankful to IACC and the U.S. government for taking up so many activities, partnering with them in the various initiatives that the Government of Telangana would be taking up in all the sectors in industry and IT and related activity. So once again, I congratulate the organizers for having this seminar today. I also thank the organizers for inviting me, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, without any delay, I would request Mr. Rajiv to quickly come and say 2 words.
Good morning, all. Welcome to, I think, to the industry. Thank you for gracing this was the first event after you become the IT Minister. So we're very excited to have you. And our industry, TVAGA, which animation, visual effects, gaming, comics industry needs definitely support as a large number of employment already there. And recent researchers found that this sector has potential for highest growth across all fields. So, as TVAGA, we are doing a lot for the industry, but we need the support from government and other government bodies. Later this year, we'll be conducting India AVGC, which will be one of the largest animation, visual effects and gaming conferences in Asia. And we would love to have you there as well, sir. I think I'll keep it brief. Thank you everyone again.
Thank you, sir. We do welcome Mr. Sridhar Budi, please.
Good morning, everyone. I will also keep it short, Honorable Minister. As you know, video gaming is a $250 billion a year industry. It's massive, 5x bigger than Hollywood. Hyderabad has a very vibrant and growing gaming community. We are only second to Bangalore and number one in Indian gaming city. Just recently, we had over 2 gaming companies just like a couple of months back raised their CDC from here in Hyderabad. One of the reasons for the success Hyderabad has seen in the gaming industry is because, obviously successive governments have been incredibly supportive of the industry. We have had some big companies like U.S.A, U.S.A, my company, Pinnacle, and some others who've been around for quite some time. And also government also has been involved in STPI. We have an active incubator called the Age Incubator where we incubate over 15-20 gaming companies every 6 months. And government has also been supporting this national event called India, which brings together some of the biggest AVGC events together in one umbrella. So I had, to continue this growth, I reached 3 requests from the government. One of them is we want to design schools. We need one of those. The second one is we need government to introduce design courses as elective, product design and game design courses as elective in engineering colleges. The third one is obviously we want you guys to continue supporting India AVGC, which is crucial for the image Hyderabad has created as one of the gaming hubs of India. That's it. Thank you.
Life of Pi by Viren Ghosh has been a living example by Technicolor. All the way from Las Vegas, he has recorded a very brief message and sent us. If we can have just say for a minute.
Respected Minister Shri Sridhar Babuji, Chief Secretary Jayesh Ranjanji, and distinguished guests, and my fellow friends and industry colleagues, Mike, Supriya, Uday, Sridhar, and Basi Reddy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to be addressing you today in what is a topical conversation in the wake of the prevailing circumstances in the entertainment economy. Both countries, USA and India, come from this legacy of film-based storytelling and an audience that laps up arts and culture with unbridled passion. Technology, through devices and digital value addition to the way that we produce audiovisual content, in visual effects, in animation, and the various new immersive formats, has created a whole revolution in all forms of storytelling. Take the way sports and drama and reality shows are produced and distributed and consumed. And today, we see a new celestial orbit broadly called the fabled road to the metaverse. I'm here in Las Vegas and have spent 3 visits to the Sphere, where we have 18,000 people seated in a giant dome surrounded by 550,000 square feet of LED screens. The first visit was for a presentation by Hewlett-Packard Enterprises and NVIDIA. We had Antonio and Jason, who were really talking to us about what's next. The second time, I went to see a show about our Earth as seen from another planet. And the third time,
happened back in Hyderabad, back in Telangana. So we came from U.S. consulate, we joined by our team member, Madhusudan, CEO, and also the in charge managing director of Infrastructure Corporation, Mr. Srikanth, and also by TVAGA Creative Place. You know, the man behind the Chota Rajiv, Mr. Sridhar, and Mr. Mike Madhav Reddy, and other people on the days, and the many important persons who have come here from different parts of India, and people who have joined online from U.S. Mr. Uttam Paul Singh from Warner Brothers, and many industry leaders, and would be many creative brains who are sitting here. I've been watching everybody over here who are watching relentlessly all the people's behavior, their style, their all, because we always see in animation, you know, how you pick up the most individual attributes of individuals and try to caricature them. So each and every individual sitting over here, and many prominent people who are sitting here, I think, you know, in near future, like Ajit would take, you know, Stool as an example, I would like to say a few words about him too. Because I think that who are all involved in today's conference, who are involved in animations, gaming, VFX, and film movie industries, they're all creative brains. They realize something out of blue. So that creates interest in the people's mind. And that is all the entertainment industry. Why we go to movies? Ultimately, what we won't find in a real life, or to entertain ourselves, or to create some space for time for leisure, and also see some social meaning out of it. Any normal person with a normal IQ would be in animation. They have to maverick, they have to be mavericks, they have to be eccentric in their own field. Until they are in mavericks or eccentric in their own field, with their creative talent, they can't excel. And many people who choose this to be mavericks, eccentric for the outside world. And they make their name, and people outside, like me, would definitely think, what is this guy up to? And what these people are doing? Somebody, you know, a filmmaker like Rajamouli doing Bahubali. If somebody would have thought while he was trying to tell a story about Bahubali, to a normal guy like me, who is involved in politics and administration, would have understood about it. Until I see the picture, I enjoy the picture, I feel the picture. Nothing, you know, would have an effect either on individual or in the society. What kind of impact, this industry can create, and that is creating, that is the result for the future, what Mr. Boraji was telling, what 1.5 trillion, growth spike. So before I tell about animation, before I talk about gaming, before I talk about movie industry, I would like to see that, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. I had a great interaction during my recent visit to U.S. I met here many leaders in a couple of states over there. And, they've been very, very cooperative. And also they have been very encouraging. And many tend to be positive influences on behalf of the state in the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce back in US. So, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, as told by Mr. Boraji, which is as days goes by, we see the Indian business and American business goes hand in hand. We are building together to create a better globe. We tend to be here on part of Indian economic life cycle, if you see. Over a period of time, when we are short of food grains, we used to import food grains. After 70s, we just started our innings, learned many good practices from different nations, and now we are exporting our food grains. Likewise, I keep telling all the industry people who are into information technology, or who are into animation, gaming, or the gaming effect industry, or the movie industry. We should not only export dough. We are exporting dough now to get a finished bread back to India. So we would like to make bread here. Dough is here. We would like to make bread here too. In terms of information technology too, I was more emphatic in telling all our people who are contributing to information technology or into gaming or into entertainment industry, where many best brains from here, if you see the other part, coding, most of the coding of information technology takes place in India. Best products come from US or from Europe. The products come here with a high valuation and we only consume it. So now, it is not about coding now. Now we have to make product companies here back in India. And we would be exporting our products from India to all other nations, even it may be America or in Europe nations or into any part of our globe. So this is our focus today. And Government of Telangana also is trying to focus on very important key sector, that is artificial intelligence. So my point here is, just now Boraji was telling, most of the entertainment in terms of animation or gaming or VFX or many things from here, most of the works of Hollywood, back-end work is done here. So I want Hollywood to be here. Not only back-end, the front-end also should be here. That is our vision. And we are going to create that sort of infrastructure where everything takes place here. And we will be doing it with all your cooperation. And that's the point I just thought of mentioning about it, because we have got the best brains here, best creative talent here, which is required, and our Tollywood is the best example. And Chota Bheem is the best example. Because I have an experience, I had, my kid who used to study At a young age, always used to tell me about Chota Bheem. Now I met the creator of the Chota Bheem. Me and my wife used to go to buy Chota Bheem merchandise. We used to find, select the things. That is an impact. I mean to say that is an impact. That has created lots of impact, and that is the talent we have here. The TVAGA over here, which has a creative talent, and which thinks of future for next 25 to 30 years, or here in Hyderabad, nowhere, I'm proud to say, nowhere in India can you find this sort of productive talent. My point here is, when we have a talent, then we will be hope for everything. Not only in terms of creating or throwing away dough from here, but having the products from here. And you all know all these platforms need to have some sort of collaborations to have broader exposure. So that is sort of exposure for greater collaborations is only possible through platforms like Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. And I think, whatever you have been doing, you have been supporting us for a favorable trade environments and cultural exchanges. And I sincerely thank from Government of Telangana, from our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy, and from our side, we sincerely thank for all your efforts. You have been seeing over a period of time. I am not a technical guy, but I try to study all the time. As I am into politics, I am a student forever. I keep learning the king of a bit of A, bit of B, bit of C, or bit of B from everybody of an individual. So the real reason when I thought of this animation, gaming, VFX, or the movie industry, there are very, very strong issues or strong problems or shortages, what the challenges which are there in this industry right now. Today's interaction between the industry leaders, the talent, the people who have come here, we definitely will be interacting on these challenges, maybe in terms of high production points. That is a major challenge. And secondly, sometimes in terms of having a collaborative effort or symbiotic relationship between the talent, that is also a biggest challenge here. And consumer preferences, how do we shape it? How do we put into preference? Is also the biggest challenge. But ultimately the outlook over here seems very, very positive. It's strong prospects for continued innovation and growth. So these are all aspects I believe today's post-launch session will take this into consideration, deliberate a lot, and before ending of the session, the TVAGA and American Chamber of Commerce for people, hopefully we will get a positive report. Whatever the challenges which are there here, what need to be done, more from Government of Telangana will be invited, and I seek your opinion or your output of this meeting. And we will be striving to solve these challenges, to solve the issues what your people are facing. As Pankaj Boraji was telling about this animation industry, or Mr. Raghava Srinivas was initiating how things goes in terms of visual effects. When it comes to animation, while I was a little kid, I was just discussing with Mr. Raghava, the Tom and Jerry. The Tom and Jerry animation is still remembered. It shall, the most interesting point is, he has thrown me a question, Mr. Raghava. Who is Tom and who is Jerry in that? So that's the right way. Who's Tom and who's Jerry? Who is trying to confuse outlook? Is it cat or a mouse? All the time, this is a big question. The right question you have posted, and I'll try to figure it out. I'll go and see back again and see. That is the impact right now after 3 or 4 decades. that Tom and Jerry is still very, very impactful animation story. And, you know, it has crossed many a mile and many new things have come. Now, the global animation industry, right now, which is valued about $372 billion in 2023-24, and which has a scope to raise it by $510 billion by 2030. If you see, for anything, content is more important. There are many platforms which are requiring content. Whoever has the content is the king. Whoever has the content is the king. So content creation is also most important, even though they don't have the great names. But if you have content, you are the leader. That's what this industry speaks of. So when we come to streaming platforms, literally your demand for animated content. For instance, if you look at Spider-Man, which has converted into Spider-Verse, and if it's a sequel for a new set of standards for animation quality. So I would like to mention again that Greenwood animation, known as Chota Bheem, are expanding globally and contributing significantly to the industry. When you come to gaming and all, if you see the global gaming industry, now it is valued about $196 billion in 2023, is now expected to raise about almost to 270 to 300 billion by 2025. These days, everybody has two mobiles. The mobile games dominate with titles like Garena, Free Fire, Genshin Impact, attracting millions of players. India's gaming market is expanding and growing about 40% annually. 40%, which is a major extent if you see compared with globally. And we have affordable smartphones. No other country has this sort of affordable smartphones. And games like Ludo also plays, many people play them. So when it comes to visual effects industry, which is now, right now it is about 13 billion in 21-22. By 2027, it will be raised to 26 billion. So there are innovations in virtual productions which are used in films like Mandalorian and films like Tenet and Dune, which are earning global recognition in the recent times. And if you see, again, coming back to our, trends and all, what the American Chamber of Commerce president was saying about now the entertainment industry, which is about 800 billion by 2030, which has a potential to raise by 1.5 trillion. And most of it, I bet, sir, most of this will be from India. And out of India, we can bet it will be from Hyderabad. And coming back to our global film industry, which is valued about 136 billion in 2023, and which is fastly growing at a growth rate of 8.3%. And as such, most of the people watch Netflix and many other streaming platforms, which are dominant here. Netflix, I believe, is spending about $17 billion, and it is going to raise their budget to $50 billion by 2025. And if you see the film industry, like Trivar or Parasite, of Asian or Grain, getting international acclaim and box office success. So in terms of this industry, what we require and what you are trying to deliberate in terms of co-productions, in between skill exchange, technology and innovations, and content distributions. And I'm here to say that we have opportunities from the state through this event in terms of outsourcing for the bigger platforms, We have scope for market expansion. We have scope for investments like Warner Brothers and Sony, Comcast, and Netflix. And the government, definitely, I give you our support, will be the foundation, and we shall strive to put the foundation very strongly, very firmly, and we are the leaders right now in the entertainment industry, if you see on the national level, and tomorrow in times to come, whatever is being required by this industry, our government at large will be there as a responsible industrial state. We will encourage all the endeavors what you are planning to take. And my good friend Mr. Speaker was speaking about design scope. Definitely we will think about it. We will think about it. We are new, but we are more positive. And whatever the positive and productive thinking is being given by the industry leaders like you. With this, I welcome you all. Hopefully, the day session of today will have much meaningful and contentful and innovative and well as to the government, and it has to be a success and it has to be a role model. I wish you all the best. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you.
We hope to nurture this togetherness and establish more synergies together, sir, to take this move forward. May I request Mr. Purnachandra Rao to please kindly give a memento to Mr. Raghavan Srinivasan. Mr. Purnachandra Rao, our former National President, IACC. May I request Honorable Minister Shri Rudila Sridharji to encourage us and give a memento to Mr. Pankaj Bora, our National President. Sir, we require this motivation from you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request Mr. Madhav Reddy Yatham to please come forward and give a memento to Mr. V. Madhusudan. May I request again Mr. Pankaj Bora to please give a memento to Mr. Sudhin Paul, Deputy Director from the Ministry of Industries, Commerce and Export Promotion. Thank you for all the support from all the quarters. So just two. Ms. Kavita, please, from STPI, can I request you to come on stage? Big round of applause, please. Ms. Kavita, from STPI, we are honored to have you here. Mr. Pankaj Bora, I would request you to also honor Ms. Kavita. So we have taken a lot of your time and we are very grateful for your time. We want to announce.
So, so the last one, we would like to release the dates of India Joy with you. We just want the opening of the India Joy, which is India's one of the biggest event where 20,000 people come from 18 countries, animation, gaming and VFX. And we are having this November 13th to 28th. Yeah.
Welcome to the 6th edition of India Joy, proudly presented by TVAGA and the Government of Telangana.
I thank you for all the delegates who are coming here. I think anybody who's a part of film industry, VFX, gaming, animation or anything should come here.
In India, you see so much talent of individual VFX artists who are probably not even associated with bigger studios, who would come up with really good work.
Keep working with what is out there, expand and learn other abilities. The more you know, the more versatile you can be, and the better your chances of getting brought on.
Hollywood should be promoted to Hyderabad. So really, Minister Garu has attended the event in middle of an emergency. In fact, he has got a cabinet meeting, but still he has attended the meeting. So we are very thankful for sparing a valuable time, sir. Raghavan Srinivas Garu, really, for guest of honor, we are very pleased, we are very thankful to attend. And also, I thank this opportunity to especially thanks to Mr. Pankaj Bora Garu and Mr. Mukherjee, Vice President TVAGA, and Madhuri, Mike, and General Secretary TVAGA for the gracious presence. We thank Uttam Pal Singh and Srikanth Bediga Garu for their valuable time and presence here. Special thanks to Tina for sparing this event. Thank you, everyone.
Next, I think.
We'll be having next session in next 5 minutes. Request you all to kindly take your seats. Be seated, please.
Sir, we all request you all to be seated for the next session. I request everybody to remain seated. We are going to commence our session 1, which is the main industry interaction.
Very good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining. Our next session, Spotlight on Animation VFX Sectors, Opportunities in India and USA, will begin shortly. So I request all the attendees to please come inside. The next session will talk about The next session will highlight the opportunities in animation VFX segments in Telangana and India, and also the Indo-US collaboration opportunities. I request all the attendees to please come into the session and listen our experts speak. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session, Spotlight on Animation and VFX Sectors, Opportunities in India and USA. We have Mr. Rajiv Chilaka, CEO of Green Gold Animation. Would you please come onto the stage, sir? We have Mr. Sudheen Paul, Deputy Director, Industries, Commerce and Exports Promotion. We request you to please come onto the stage, sir. Thank you. And joining us, we have Mr. Madhav Reddy Yatam Mike, Managing Director of Photomaker India, and our moderator, Ms. Anku Khanna, Partner, The Attorneys. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you. And we'd like to also welcome Mr. Uttam Pal Singh, Head, Warner Bros. Discovery Kids Cluster. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello. I think it's working. Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. So after a great inaugural session, now we are here for our second session, which is the session is a spotlight on animation and VFX sectors, opportunities in India and USA. So I have a very esteemed panel over here, which I would like to introduce to you first. So starting with Rajiv. So everybody knows Rajiv because Rajiv is another name for Chota Bheem in India. So I don't have to, elaborate much on that. But still, Rajiv is a pioneering figure in India's animation industry, renowned as the creator, director, and producer behind numerous top children's shows. As the founder and managing director of Green Gold Animation Private Limited, he launched acclaimed series like Chota Bheem and Mighty Raju, alongside directing theatrical hits including Chota Bheem and The Curse of Damian and Mighty Raju, Rio Calling. Rajiv's visionary leadership has positioned Green Gold Animation as India's largest animation production company, earning him widespread recognition and multiple awards for his contributions to animation. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. G. Mansoor, IAS, Director of Industries. Okay, Sudhimpa. So he has come in his place, and I would rather ask him to introduce himself. Thank you. So Mike will join us in 2 minutes. Yeah. So meanwhile, let me introduce myself. I am Anku Khanna, managing partner of my firm, the Attorneys Corporate Law Consultants, LLP, and we have offices in Delhi, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, and Bangalore and London office. So we are a full service firm. We do corporate litigation, IPR, and lots of tax structuring work. And we are predominantly present in this sector. We provide services on media, entertainment, and animation, gaming. There are many clients to which we render our services. And the services that we provide to them is, of course, IPR related, protection of their brands, protection of their work, creative works which are being created in the process of creating animation and films and VFX works. So how to protect them, and once the protection is there, if there is any kind of infringement, then how to take it to the courts, and the contractual things related to it. So all of it from the beginning till the end, we provide those kind of services. So yeah, Mike is here. Uttama, okay, yeah. So now the full panel is here, and I would like to introduce my another panelist, Uttam Pal Singh. Uttam is a seasoned professional with nearly 2 decades of experience in the kids content and animation industry. With a diverse background in animation, design, direction, and production, he has spearheaded award-winning television series, telefilms, commercials, and corporate films. Currently heading Discovery Kids, Uttam has collaborated with leading broadcasters, advertising agencies, and brands, including Cartoon Network, Disney, and McDonald's. His creative leadership has propelled Discovery Kids to new heights, notably with the successful launch of acclaimed series like Little Singham and Fukre Boys. So going back to Mike, Madhav Reddy Yatham Mike is a seasoned CEO at Rotomaker with extensive expertise in technology, sales, operations, finance, and strategic investments. His career spans leadership roles in leading VFX organizations across the USA, Canada, UK, UAE, and India. Mike is known for cultivating sustainable business models and exploring creative talents in VFX services, media education, and publishing. He co-founded and serves as Secretary of TVAGA, a prominent non-profit recognized by the Government of Telangana, focusing on VFX, animation, and gaming industries. Yeah, so now we come back to our session, and I would like all of my panelists to talk about their specific areas and their expertise and what are the recent trends in their respective fields. So may I start with you, Rajiv?
Thank you. Hi all, good afternoon. Wonderful to see.
Thank you, Rajiv. May I now ask Uttam to contribute?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for this invitation and being part of the panel. My name is Uttam, and I head the kids cluster at Warner Brothers Discovery South Asia. Warner Brothers Discovery has been almost present in India for almost close to 29 years now, when it launched Cartoon Network as the first kids network back in 1995, which was followed by a broadcast network called Pogo, made for India with Indian content, collaborating with Indian studios. And then, since then, Pogo and Warner Brothers Discovery has seen a great success while being focused on the kids genre. And the collaboration, Chota Bheem and Pogo is quite synonymous. There's a journey which Rajiv visualized, on Chota Bheem is quite synonymous with the growth of Pogo as a network in India. With that, we've also launched many other series. We also pride ourselves to be called introducing the big, cinema for the kids. Example being the Singham series, which is Singham movies, which are very popular across India, made in multiple languages, and introducing Little Singham as a character on Pogo. Then also another movie called Fukre, which was adapted for kids, called Fukre Boys. With that, I think there have been many multiple series, but I'll call out a few examples. Being Lamput being one of them, which is Emmy-nominated series co-developed between the India Warner Brothers Discovery team and a creator from India, Vaibhav Kumaresh, which has gone on to have some great success globally on our OTT platform Max. Then we have Tom and Jerry, which is being reinvented from a very Asian angle. Tom and Jerry in Singapore, classic story, iconic characters, which is now being produced out of India also. So this goes on to say how much belief does Warner Brothers has in the India and Indian talent. Journey for us has been great and with a lot of success, and we pride ourselves to be working together with the artists, with the talent, with production houses such as Green Gold Animation Studios here, and many more, and creating a burgeoning ecosystem, of talent, which is now going on to have even more success globally. So that's pretty much from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Uttam. So, Mike, I would like to now come to you and request you to throw some light on the VFX part of it and your expertise on, developing it, and what has been your journey throughout, and how do you see it, the recent trends in the VFX industry?
Thank you. So it's almost 30 years I'm in the industry. There's one dialogue, Telugu, 30 years experience ikkada. Famous dialogue. So like that, I have 30 years experience in industry. Worked in 15 years in Hollywood and Canada, Vancouver. Being a Canadian citizen, I was born here, but moved to US and Canada. And worked with studios like Warner Brothers, Sony Pictures, Technicolor, Deluxe, and many other studios. Then after working, I decided in 2005, I wanted to start, outsourcing to India. I was one of the first person to bring international projects to India. Those time, no industry was there. Nobody was able to restore. I remember my close friend Yugender, we started one company in 2007 for restoration together with Mr. Dilraju, me and Yugender. That was one of the first company we started those days. And he was specialized in VFX, and that we started in restoration, like old movies, classic movies restoring. And today also we are the pioneer in restoring titles. We have restored more than 3,000 movies like Ben-Hur, 10 Commandments, Friends title. We work closely with studios like Paramount, Warner Brothers, Sony Pictures, 20th Century Fox, and it's almost 15 years we have been doing that, and very niche market. Very expensive. Since I was working there, so I have a lot of friends, and that's where I was able to get projects. And then when I started outsourcing, it's very tough to have artists. So I was coming to India, started with 10 people, and we been growing. At a certain point of time, like last year, we went up to close to 3,000 people. But now, due to industry, we have reduced. Again, we might pick up, but we've been expanding, scaling more. After I joined many of my company, working, supporting people, good artists, they went out and started their companies also in Hyderabad. I'm very happy they are doing good. And we have grown, the industry has grown. When I decided 10 years back, I wanted to expand. I had a team of 300 people and I was not able to handle projects. So I decided to move to India and started training centers. First thing I did is start a training center. I used to have almost started with 2 training centers, then I went up to 15 training centers. We used to train every year 1,000 people. I used to have Arena Animation, 4 of them, Mac Animation, and Rotomaker Academy. We trained so many people and they worked with our companies. They also worked with other studios. So that's why because there's so much, suddenly last 10 years, you've seen so much outsourcing requirement for studios. And many studios could not handle because of the industry supporting back end. We have multi-level of channels in designing and everything. So there's a great scope for the industry, and I'm definitely positive that it's going to be there. This year, last year we had little issues with the everybody knows Hollywood was in strike for almost 9 to 10 months. Generally, what happens when a movie somebody has written a script in Hollywood, they 15 to 20 people check the script to make sure the script is nice, which will take 6 months to 9 months process. In India, generally when a script is written, we go to director and producer likes it, they start shooting right away. But in US, they take 6 to 9 months to make sure it's in the right track, everything is okay, so that the movie is going to hit. They try to execute the formulas, everybody. So that's why if you look at movies of Hollywood, 90% they are hit. They never fail because they do a lot of research. This research takes 6 months, 6 months to 9 months. So our strike ended in last November. And after that, we had Christmas holidays. Many scripts are coming up, and back and forth, the scripts they're writing back and forth. So which is going to take, and now I think this June, July, they'll be starting shootings. So again, the Christmas is coming. So most of the feature films work will be coming from next March. Yeah. And some advertisement movies have started coming. So March would be the ideal time. And next year, I think, again, it's going to be back. Many people who are not working now, definitely they're going to get jobs after March. They need to be little patient. And I suggest if anybody is planning, for training more people, it's a good time to start for the industry. VFX is definitely the great potential, and US and UK and Kenyan industry, without Indian support and back-end support, Hollywood movies cannot happen. If you look at most of the movies, like last before year, we worked on, out of 10 nominated movies, we worked 9 nominated movies back-end supporting rotoscoping and paint, wire removal and compositing as well. We are also now into 3D, we are supporting. So 9 studios, 9 Oscar awards we have won, nominated, and we got on June. So every year we've been working, we work for Avatar, we have done a lot of work for Avatar. We work for Spider-Man, Avengers. So definitely there's a lot of scope for Indian, studios, small or medium size, they get their piece of cake, not a problem. So don't worry about the industry, be little patience. So till March, try to manage, as whatever possibility you have, try to be in low cost, and from March you can start picking up. I would suggest this for all our industry colleagues and friends. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. It's so great to hear such great names and your experience of working on those movies. And I feel so great and privileged today to sit next to you and hear about your story. So now I would like to hear some from the government side. How do you look at this industry, this animation gaming industry, and what are the policies and incentives that you are thinking to provide to this industry, thinking the kind of potential it has, and the present and the future that it has for the country, both in terms of economic revenue generation as well as employment generation.
They have kept entertainment sector as one of the prominent sector which can be developed in all kinds of support, like from both the government and government of India and even the state government. And we are also doing a lot of events for this sector, like taking up different delegations to other countries, and even we also support them in participating in different trade fairs, exhibitions, and even in developing
Thank you, sir. So, so Rajiv, coming back to you again, and mainly on the animation side of things. So, India has long been a hub for outsourcing animation and VFX work. How is the landscape changing with more high-profile projects being handled locally, and what opportunities does this create for Indian studios to collaborate with Hollywood? If
One, I think we are rightly sitting in an event conducted by Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. Because today, example, Pinnacle as a company and entire animation industry, most of this business is coming from U.S. companies. Starting with our biggest clients are Warner Brothers, American company. We're working with Netflix, American company. We're working with likes of Nickelodeon, which is Viacom, Sony, Disney. All these have based in US, including Universal and Pinnacle. So these, I think these companies were set up earlier in the US and have been great support to Indian infrastructure. I think one of the first kids animation cartoon network was the first channel to be launched, again an American company. And that has started the spark because prior to about 25 years ago, India did not have an animation industry, although it was being done in small scale and stuff. But in the last 20-25 years, we have seen great progress in this region. So now understanding that how when you talk about showing animation, creating animation content for local markets, the local players are very, very important, both animation studios as well as television networks. So in the last decade, a lot has changed. The viewing patterns have changed. I think what we have seen is sometime back, maybe 15 years ago, cartoon or animation content was consumed on television primarily. Likes of the channels like Pogo or Cartoon Network, Disney, all these were the primary source. I think in the last 10 years, a few years later, like 10 years ago, YouTube became one of the prominent changes that happened. A lot of kids started consuming content on YouTube. Even today, that happens. And then, of course, last 5 years, OTT platforms have become strong. Likes of Amazon Prime or Hotstar or Netflix. These have become strong. So today, there's a gray area today. Like everyone is confused where to go. You have an opportunity to work with all of these platforms. All three platforms, whether it is YouTube or TV, kids television network, or OTT platforms, all three have very strong base. But everyone is worried where the share of market will go. So everyone is kind of watch and go situation. It is kind of
slowing down the industry, but I don't think we have anything to worry there because I think we have, example, just India has about 350 to 400 million children who are under the age of 14, and still a lot, not enough content is being produced for this region. Whereas for 15 plus audience, a lot of content is being produced. And for the animation, it's not just television or OTT or YouTube, it's also theatrical market. I think this has been quite a challenge worldwide recently, but luckily, I think last weekend, Inside Out 2 was released, and we saw almost 300 million of box office collection, out of which about 160 million has come from USA, and the rest came from global market, which is it's a big relief, not just to animation industry, but also to theater business, because that is very important because we need to keep that going. And I think this last 6 months in this.
Change soon.
Thank you, Rajiv. Now I'd like to ask Uttam about, what trade policies or agreements between India and the USA are currently influencing the animation and VFX sector. Are there any specific policies you believe should be implemented or revised to enhance bilateral trade and investment in this industry?
Right. Thank you. So I'll just take a little step back and add to what Rajiv was also mentioning. The attempts to grow the sector is happening multiple folds and multiple, through the time. For example, India was majorly an outsource sector, and we've grown a base of talent, which is great in animation. We understand the storytelling process. We are directing it, working very closely with the international, very acclaimed artists and directors and storytellers. So that really helped train a huge base of talent within India, and also gave rise to an opportunity to now tell local stories, which is what we are doing, with Pogo. Which means there's multiple fold of ecosystem growth happening over here, and then it gave rise to writers within Indian territory and storytelling opportunities, and then one of the examples being Chhota Bheem. So now we are looking at the next growth sector. We're looking at opportunity of how do we go from here to the next, and which is where I think India is positioned very well. One, large base of talented artists. Secondly, the cost-wise, things in India work in our favor, and and then the age, of this of these artists, which is in the millennial age, which gives us a very big opportunity, around here. So within this, I would say to your question, right now, the according to any pact or anything, it's not been very clear, because we directly worked with the studios, using the capital which we have invested or financed projects. But some of the new things which the states are coming up, especially focused on giving a producer rebate, or which is sort of a co-production opportunities where both the IP owners and the broadcasters can share the equity around the character. I think those are really wonderful opportunities. We still have to dive into it. There is not, I would say, like a live example for me to share, but what the government is doing, towards the growth of the sector in Telangana, or what even the government of India is doing when it regards to invest in India. I think those are great opportunities for us to look at. We are currently in talks with various producers, to take advantage of those opportunities and make it a much more worthwhile, to continue to invest in India.
Thank you, Uttam. Yeah. So, sir, from the government perspective, as you've just heard Uttam, and the general expectation of everybody from the government. So, what are the incentives which you think should come forward from the government side? Thank you, sir. So, there have been notable acquisitions in this sector also, and lots of mergers or joint ventures taking place. And there have been several notable acquisitions recently, such as Phantom FX acquiring Tippett Studios. So, Mike, how do you think that these mergers and acquisitions affect the competitive landscape, and what opportunities do they create for smaller studios?
Yeah, this mergers are good because they've started, they've been expanding to go next level of funding. Obviously, if they have confident and good clientele and done past experience, very good performance, they're able to scale up, and they have short of fund shortage, then definitely they can go and get good studios. I think Phantom FX was tied up with one of the Tippett studio in San Francisco. So San Francisco Tippett studio was like, I know them personally. I was also trying to acquire 3 years back, but they say, but I didn't find the financial thing suitable for me. So, but that's good for them to expand there and scale it. And it's not a threat to other small and medium-sized studios, because in Hyderabad, many studios, small and medium-sized studios get projects from some bigger studios. So the chain is there, and these people want to scale up to get international projects. It's very important to have the security on the content, and they should focus on the quality. Quality is very important. The international clients, when you don't deliver quality, then you can suddenly they will stop giving projects. So definitely, I don't think there's not much competition, because if you look at last 10 to 15 years, the industry has grown up, especially visual effects industry has grown up. Most of the movies, 60 to 70%, the movies use the visual effects. So the content, if you look at, without India, US couldn't expand that big last 10 years without the studios expanded in India, because India has played a big role in supporting the US studios to do their back and white at a good price, so which was able to help. Now today, it's very hard to find for some areas like rotoscoping, paint, and match move. You can't find artists in US, Canada, UK, anywhere. Everything is replaced by India. India does. And a few other countries, Asian countries does, but India is the number one who's doing this. India has become, like you see, the products manufacturing is China, like that for movies and outsourcing. India is the hub, because Indians have the passion towards movies. They like movies. Bollywood produces or India produces one of the highest movies. They produce 2,000 movies per year, more than Hollywood. The quantity is big. So see the number of passion. Like the people, we can find good, talented people in the IT. We can find creative people who have passion in the movies. So in this, especially this industry, animation, VFX, gaming, more than your education, you did engineering or you did MTech or MS is not important. You did 10th or intermediate is fine. You should have passion. Passion, that's good enough. Passion will drive you in this industry. So I've seen passionate people who have studied 10th and inter and doing very big roles in companies in the industry. It's all passion. Like a singer, your singer is there. A singer is good singer doesn't need a qualification. The same thing in this industry. So definitely this you don't need to worry about the small and medium-sized companies. These big companies, they're growing up, not a problem, because they will take care of bigger projects. They take care of, they can handle, slowly the India is moving. If you look at after COVID, before COVID, very few companies were doing compositing work now and 3D work. After COVID, we have seen a lot of companies who are doing compositing work there, because after COVID, it was very hard to find the US studios, UK studios, and Canada studios, good compositors. So they started giving the projects to the freelancers in US and other countries. Now they're comfortable, they're used to that, and now they're looking for good companies who can do good compositing and do the complete work. So definitely there's a great potential. If the studios scale up to the next level of creative level, going into compositing or some other areas, definitely there's a potential. Yeah. And also the AI technology will not affect the roto or paint industry much, so it might affect 10 to 15%. But so far, there are no tools which have developed, because especially when it comes to roto maker, there are some software which are doing automated roto. Those roto will work for some web series, kind of things, web and but if you want to have a broadcast quality and high-end feature film, you need a very pristine quality of work. So this you need to have manual, and unless, because in rotoscoping they use splines to do the roto. Unless the AI comes doing splines, then it's going to be little impact, probably 20 to 30%. And I don't think so it will come so soon, but I don't know, after 2-3 years, even though it comes, you'll have impact of 20 to 30%, but still you need people to do some automated process, then QC, quality control. So, but number of volumes and projects will be increasing, because a lot of, movies will be using, if the AI comes, the prices will come down, and a lot of people will be using a lot of movies, especially they don't want to shoot with big sets. They want to do in VFX, because it's cheaper for them. So there's a lot of opportunities and growth for that. So, and I basically don't need to worry about this. I would say hardly in India, there are 5-6 companies who are into this one. I would think Rotomaker is, as for the number of people and number of clients and the turnover, we are third biggest company in India. First comes Technicolor, which is big, and the second comes is Prime Focus, DNEG. Yeah, and I'm thinking so far third, but I don't know if any fourth is. There are other companies too. So, but we still didn't go. After being the third biggest company, I'm the single owner of the company. I did never go to this one also. So people are small and medium companies can grow like us. There's a potential. You don't have to grow, because if sometimes you go and try to pitch an investor, especially public, it can be good or bad. Because if this kind of industry, you need to give them, every 3 quarterly, you need to tell them what are the profits you're making, what are the sales you're making. So you need to take a call if you want to go public or not. If not, you try to expand by yourself. That's what I recommend, Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. So, yes, now we have, we understand how the industry works. We've got some very good, tips from all our panelists. But now we also want to know about the future of the industry. So, Rajiv, I would like you to throw some light that what future trends do you see in this animation industry?
So, I think one of the most important things for all the people in the room is either you're providing services or you're creating product. In both the ways, I think the most understand is how do you monetize? How do you make money? That's the most important. So one, let us try and understand like two simple things like what Netflix, how they have done, what they have done, and also Warner Brother Discovery example of what they have done or what they're trying to do recently. So, so starting with Netflix, I think one important thing to understand is that after Netflix realized that they cannot expand too much inside of US, they decided to expand globally. And that started with adding more subscriptions after they started moving away. But it's been a constant challenge for all OTT players on how do you add more subscribers. I think one of the trends that we've recently seen is that adding, OTTs are now participating in bids for sports-based shows. Whether it is, for example, in cricket, you see watching the World Cup on Hotstar. It's a subscription-based plan. Similarly, the same as the U.S. Netflix is some of the right for football games, national team, not regular football and football. Similarly, I think there is something in
I think they are launching Max. Now, besides streaming platform, you see, I don't know if you've heard of Roku TV or Pluto in the US. That is something basically you're putting your content out there and you're using ads to get revenue for your platform. So this is not yet arrived in India, but some form of that is on YouTube. But I think this is something, the trend will come to India as well, and very quickly going to take over because it's easy, like anybody can actually start a fast channel. So I think that will something. Also what we are seeing, two new things that can Apple Vision Pro, I think we have seen those, I think those instruments are currently sold for $3,500, pretty expensive. But I think tomorrow that one device or similar devices that other companies will create in the future can change everything, in the sense your theatrical experience can be basically sitting at home and putting on that device and having the same experience of watching something in theater. Similarly, you can also engage on games or animation content using that device. Also, adding to that is the game consumption. I think what we have seen, I mentioned earlier in my talk that 15 years ago it was TV, 10 years ago it was YouTube, 5 years ago it was the OTT platforms. Current trend is that kids are engaging almost 3 hours on daily basis on gaming, on a game. Games like Fortnite or Roblox have engaged these kids and continue to engage almost on day-to-day basis about 3 hours. And recently YouTube Playables, this is on gaming platform, like on YouTube labels, you'll see almost 75 games have been launched, which means that, for gamers, gaming companies, there are more and more platforms coming out there. And when you create the right game, you can monetize that on platforms such as this. Even games are available on Netflix, and a lot more games are going to be created majorly because people have realized that they are becoming more and more engaging for today's children. I think today's children are no longer sitting in front of just television and watching something, but they're also engaging and they're talking over the platforms with other their friends and engaging constantly in this thing. So these are some of the trends what we are seeing, and of course a lot more newer technologies getting launched in 2025. So it will be very interesting to see how that all will come together.
Thank you, Rajiv. I will just take 2 minutes, maybe 2 to 3 minutes to, so lots is happening on the technology side, as Rajiv has said. But how do you protect these, this work, this content which gets created when an animation is done or a VFX effects are being done? So the most important part of it is that how are you going to legally protect it? So what are the laws in India which give you the protection? So when we talk about animation, so animation comprises of many things. Like there is pictorial content, and then that gets featured into a story, then that becomes a literary work. Pictorial content is a artistic work. When it gets converted into a graphic film, then it all of it can be copyrighted under the Copyright Act. So that gives you the protection if you go ahead and register it as a copyright under the Copyright Act. So there is also the concept of character rights. Like, for example, a character like Chota Bheem. So you can even get it registered under the Copyright Act. So these are the protections available, and side by side, what are the challenges that the industry faces? Like there are many small companies which, startups or the small companies which do not understand how to protect their, creation, their work. The big companies know about it, and all the big companies take everything in their hand. They do everything in their hand possible to protect this because it has a value. It gives the valuation at the end of the day. But it is the smaller companies which don't understand how to do the protection. So another thing with the new technology, AI integration and everything, animation and filming, everything has become very easy. But what is the side effect of that? The side effect is that plagiarism is increasing because people just cut, copy and paste without realizing that all that content which is available there, maybe, that is the owner of that content has, registered it as a copyright or as a trademark. And you cannot use it because you need to have a license or an assignment to use that content or that work while you're doing something on your own. Then there is, data protection, laws on data protection, IT Act, which again gives you protection to the people who have, the original creators and the authors and the animators. So all these acts, these OTT platforms where people put in their personal information, so that information needs to be protected. How that is going to be protected? So these are the things which, legal challenges which emerge that one needs to think about. And there are laws and there are remedies, like there are civil remedies, criminal remedies. And yes, I must have forget to talk about the piracy aspect, which is really killing this industry. So how do you protect that? So we have an act called Cinematograph Act, which has been amended, and there it has been provided for that any person or any any intermediary or anybody who tries to infringe any content available, then that person will be held responsible for it. Piracy is an illegal activity, and for that there is a penalty which may go as minimum as INR 0.3 million, and which can go up to 5% of the cost of that product, of that work, and even imprisonment for 3 years. So all these laws are available. These will grant protection to the owners, the creators. And its only thing is that people have to be aware of it. The small companies and medium level companies have to be aware of that. They should know the concept of licensing, and they should protect themselves through contracts. So that's all. I would thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you everybody on.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. I'd like to invite Mr. Basir Reddy onto the stage to give mementos to our esteemed panel. Ms. Anku Khanna, thank you for moderating such an insightful panel. Thank you, Mr. Sudhir Paul, for reflecting on the government policies in animation and VFX sectors. With this, we conclude this session, and the lunch break is from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. We'd like to request you to come back to our next session, Investment Telangana and Indo-US Investment in Gaming. The panel includes Mr. Jayesh Ranjan IAS, Mr. Sridhar Mukherjee, Mr. Deepak MB, and Shrikant Sinha. Let's all gather around after the lunch break. Thank you for joining.
Check, 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 check. ఒకసారి ఇక్కడ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఆడియో కట్ చేయరా? కెమెరా ఆపేసి ఒకసారి మ్యూజిక్ ఆపు. మ్యూజిక్ ఆపు. వస్తుంది. Check. 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 Audio check. 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 చెక్ నేను మాట్లాడినప్పుడు అప్పుడు అవుతుంది కదా చెక్
Check.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the session. We'd begin the session in a momentary time. The current session will talk about Invest in Telangana and Indo-US investments in gaming sector. We are going to spotlight about the opportunities in Telangana and also the Indo-US collaborations. Joining us in this panel, we have esteemed Mr. Jayesh Ranjan IAS, Mr. Sridhar Muppidi, Mr. Deepak MB, Mr. Shrikant Sinha, Mr. Pankaj Bora, Mr. Purnachandra Rao, and Machaya. The session will begin shortly.
totally different. And today, virtual advancement, etc., is all driven by innovation. People are now realizing that India can also be a good place to source this innovation. And it is, I mean, it's a nice coincidence that we are having our conference in a mecca of innovation, the T Hub. So these are some of the important observations about India that people are speaking about, interested in. They want to engage, they want to understand, they want to deepen their participation. And of course, when I speak about India, it does not mean that everything is happening uniformly across the country. We all know that there are pockets where this industry is far more developed, far more entrenched. Hyderabad, fortunately, is one such pocket where for the last maybe 3 decades or so, three and a half decades or so, this industry is flourishing, this industry is thriving. In the morning, all of you got a chance to listen to our Honorable Minister and interact with him. And I'm sure you would have also sensed that for the government as well, this is a very important priority sector, and we are constructing infrastructure to facilitate better facilities under one single roof, which is the image tower. I'm sure he spoke about it. But what the minister would have spoken much more intently is about the responsibility the government wants to take related to skill development. See, if you are calling the world to Hyderabad, it is your responsibility to provide that pipeline of talent to them. And if there is even 1% disappointment there, that they came to MIPCOM, they go here, they go there, they talk so many great things. But when we come to the place, people are just not available, or the kind of people we are used to working with, they are just not available. So that could be a very big credibility issue. I mean, on the one hand, we are saying that India is great, but if there are no great talent available to service that global market, then we would just fail. So this is something which the current government, as many of you would know, since the last 6 months, we have a new government in place. This is a very important priority for them, that in every area where we want to take an edge globally, nationally, where we want to really invite the world, it is our responsibility to create that talent. And there are very good models. I'm not sure, I was not present in the morning, which models did the Honorable Minister mention, but we are doing something with BFSI, the banking and financial industry. There is one model in which they have taken over now 20 colleges, and they train the students instead of leaving it to the college management and the college faculty. They develop the curriculum, they provide internships, they provide jobs. So that is one very successful model. 30,000 students are today across 20-30 colleges in Telangana are undergoing banking and financial sector courses run by the industry and supported by the industry, paid for by the industry. So that is one model which has become some kind of a global reference point today. Many people are now trying to understand how is it possible that an industry can take complete charge or control over running courses there. That is one model. Another model which Honorable Minister might have spoken about is the intention of the government to create skilling institutions. There is a plan to set up a world-class skill university in Hyderabad, which will have 9 spokes. So it will be a hub and spoke model. The hub obviously will be here. The spokes will be in the districts. So in the erstwhile 10 districts, excluding Hyderabad, 9 districts, these spokes will be located. So in the Hyderabad hub, advanced new generation future skills will be taught, but in the spokes, basic skills also will be provided. And yesterday, Basi Reddy Garu was with me. He was sharing with me a very novel kind of an experiment he's starting. Of course, it is novel in Telangana, but I know of someone who has done it in Bombay already. So in Bombay, what they have done is, as you know, Dharavi is a very big slum in Bombay. So they have identified slum youth, mostly girls, and they have given them animation training, and they have helped them get lives would have remained in the slums just because of the simple training and opportunity. They have their life, I mean, generational shift has happened. I mean, they would have been born in that slum, their parents would have been born in that slum, their grandparents would have been born in that slum. All that is over now. So Basireddy Garu is trying to do something similar in Mahbubnagar district with underprivileged children, mostly girls. And he told me that the first batch will focus only on minorities girls. So something very interesting which he's replicating. So these are some of the very important things, that how the skilling institutions also will cater to the bottom of the pyramid section, bring them skills relevant to this sector. The Hyderabad hub will of course provide more advanced technologies like virtual production and so many other things, and help the state retain that competitiveness. I mentioned that India is also being seen as a place where innovation can be sourced. So some of you may or may not know, but there is a very good incubation facility in Hyderabad. Of course, T-Hub is there, but there is a dedicated incubation facility for this sector, which is called the Image Incubator. I don't know whether anyone from STPI attended this event or not. It is run by STPI, and this is going on for the last 6 years. In fact, because of COVID, there was some kind of break, but it was started before COVID. It runs now, and 5 cohorts have very successfully completed their incubation journey. Many of them have been able to receive funding, raise their valuation. But more than funding and valuation, the product and solutions that they have introduced, the feedback that I have got is very useful for the industry. Many gaming companies in particular are using some of the solutions which our startups from that incubator have developed, and many others are also doing good thing. So this is what I basically wanted to convey to you. My speech has to be very short because I need to go back and participate in another event. I need to reach Chief Minister's office by 3 o'clock. But the key message which I wanted to deliver was this, that this is the time when the whole world is taking notice of India, and let us identify reasons why, or not reasons, but let us identify opportunities through which this India advantage can be magnified. And it is not just for overseas firms. It is not that the red carpet is only for global companies who are coming to Hyderabad or to India. The red carpet is for everyone. The existing players really require more of that red carpet treatment, because they are the ones, when the opportunities were not so strong, when people were not even understanding what this sector is all about, they had, through their faith and through their belief and their vision, they had decided to set up their studios, their production facilities, their offices in cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune, Gurgaon, etc., etc. So as a government, we continue to remain committed to them, but all of us should also see if we can forge more and more JVs with American companies, European companies, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and so many others which today are looking up to India, and magnify our advantage. So I look forward to engaging with IACC on this particular theme on a regular and a long-term basis. While this is a wonderful beginning, but let us focus on this sector, because today this is just before stepping on the stage, I was chatting with Pankajji, and he himself was admitting that this is a sector which can grow almost double in size in another maybe 10 years or so. So let us not let go of this opportunity. I mean, if we let go of this opportunity, it will be in a way considered very irresponsible also on behalf of all the stakeholders. So once again, my apologies that I am able to spend very little time with all of you. But I know many of you who are from Hyderabad. Through TVAGA, we keep interacting. And many of you would be aware that in November, our annual flagship event called India Joy is going to take place. I'll invite ISCC also to I don't think you have ever participated or attended or seen the scale at which India Joy is organized. You will find it to be very impressive. So if you want to join hands, the entire TVAGA leadership is here. Please have a word with them. And thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So please be seated. Sir, may I request Pankaj sir to please come and honor Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, our Honorable Special Secretary. Put your hands together, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Much. Full distance. Thank you once again, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan IAS, for joining us here today. Yeah, we'd like to continue the session. I invite Mr. Sridhar Mupidi, co-founder Yasnoom, to come onto the stage. I invite Mr. Machaya Kalangada, head of IGDC, onto the stage.
Mr. Pankaj Bora, our national president, please kindly come on the stage. Our former president, Mr. Rao, please, may we request you to be on the stage. Mr. Sridhar. Mr. Sridhar and Mr. Deepak, please. Mr. Shrikant Sinha, please. Oh. Yes, over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. This panel is on gaming. The idea is to just give an idea of what the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce can do for the game industry. We've got some stellar panel here. We'll start off with a round of introductions from everybody, what you do and how long, and then we'll start off the questions here. Over to you, sir.
So, you want me to talk about our chamber's activities?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Please come. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think most of all our friends were here in the morning. So partly you know what is Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. For those who have joined after the lunch, I just want to repeat it again that Indo-American Chamber of Commerce is a 55-year-old chamber focused on promotion of trade, commerce, and investments between India and USA. We have our offices all across India. We are present in 14 places in India, and we have our partner organization in USA. We are working with 38 organizations in USA, and we are connecting our members with the members of those organizations for growth of their bilateral businesses. We are a non-profit making company and working as a catalyst only. We engage with both the governments, try to put forward views of our members, and we make sure that while in policy formation, our members' views are taken care of. Today, India-USA business relationship is stronger than ever. The kind of situation we are in, this is the most opportune time. And we must seize this opportunity. This is the time when both the governments are very liberal. They are changing their regulatory norms and going all out to support the business community. Now it is up to us what advantage we take of this situation. Even all those startups who are aspiring to have business with USA, or those companies who are already in existence and want to grow their business with USA, this is the time. Please make effort. Government machinery, Chamber of Commerce, everyone is with the business community. And I see a lot of opportunity in time to come.
Shrikant Sinha, a lot of introductions about yourself, what your organization does.
Sure. First of all, I'd like to thank TVAGA as well as IACC to invite me for this session itself to share some of my thoughts. My name is Shrikant Sinha and I head an organization called Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. Some of you might know about it, but just for the rest of the people, we work with about 750 colleges across Telangana, including all kinds of degree colleges, all kinds of engineering, polytechnic, government degree colleges, social welfare, tribal welfare, all the colleges. We have skilled about close to 9.5 lakh students across Telangana. And we believe that since most of the faculty members have come straight after doing their BTech into MTech and from MTech have started teaching without any industry experience, so we run faculty development programs also, and we have skilled about 18,000 faculty members across Telangana. So that's where we stand as of now. We work with 80 plus corporate partners, offering 110 plus programs. Our vision is very, very simple. One is skilling people so that they become employable, the youth of Telangana. And on the other side, ensuring that the corporate, the industry, as our Honorable Special Chief Secretary Sir was mentioning a short while ago, they should get the right and ready talent as, when, and where they want it. And that's where we engage with corporates offering programs, which we call as First Day, First Star Productivity Program. Apart from that, we run these programs where more than 500 organizations advertise their entry-level jobs on our portal itself. Being a government institution, this is very unique and you don't have a parallel in India itself. Talking about my background, being in the skilling, education, development industry for 37 years. Last 5 years I've been with Task, and I think also wearing a small hat of being the task force member for the skills at a national level. One thing that we have been always advocating over there is, and also on the FICCI panel and other panels also, is that we should identify talent at a younger age itself. And we have suggested to the central government itself that the MECAT exam run by the Media and Entertainment Sector Skill Council should be done after the 6th grade itself, so that you can identify people with a creative streak and then guide them accordingly. Today, the biggest challenge which we are facing is a person completes 4 years of his engineering only to realize that he should have become a game developer, right? So that's where we want to ensure that in Telangana, we are able to change the narrative through various initiatives, and also ensure that the organizations which are coming over here to invest, they get the right and ready manpower in the way they want it. So that's the objective. Thank you.
Deepak, round of introduction, and then Sridhar, and then we'll open out the panel.
Hello everyone, I am Deepak here. Very happy to be part of a platform which essentially builds a foundation for a partnership between, in terms of gaming, the biggest gaming industry in the globe and the most exciting industry, which is India today. A bit about myself. I come with almost 2 decades of experience across industries driving strategic change and growth in ventures. I worked in industries as diverse as electric vehicles and gaming. Currently, I lead the real money gaming space at Nazara as the CEO of OpenPlay. Additionally, at the group level, I am driving or spearheading the AI first initiatives across the group. Essentially, we are looking at AI as the change maker in terms of how we look at game dev, how we look at different streams, automation, efficiency, so on and so forth. Additionally, besides this, I'm also actively involved at a global game dev scene as the Asia lead of IGDA's SIG, which is basically the largest global association of gaming incubators and accelerator. This association today has more than 100 entities as part of it, representing over 40 plus countries.
Hi everyone, my name is Sridhar Mupri. I'm the co-founder of a company called Purple Talk. I at the moment run a gaming studio called Yes Gnome. We build mobile free-to-play games predominantly. Lately we are focusing on India as a market because it's an amazing market, it's growing. it's monetizing well. So yeah, that's who we are. I also help out with TVAGA and as well as CHEDI, which is the Game Developer Association of India.
Thank you, everybody, for introductions. The first question, Sridhar, is to you is, start from there, start from here now. The games industry, how big is the games industry really? Because I think that's something a lot of people don't realize, that it's probably bigger than most other industries in the entertainment space. How big is the industry? And what is the investment environment looking like? Because across the world, you're hearing about a winter in 2023. How is that looking like?
Cool. First, gaming industry in general is massive. It's like $250 billion a year in revenue, growing by like almost 22% every year, right? This doesn't even include skill gaming and RNG, and this is just general, regular entertainment focused games. Almost 5x bigger than Hollywood in terms of size. The opportunity is right now, almost 60% of the market is either owned by Chinese companies or American companies. India probably has less than 1.5% of that market share. But in next 10 years, we expect that to go up to like 25%. And the reason for that is we have something amazing going on, which is we have a massive local market now, right? And we as Indians should be able to take advantage of that before others do. And what that could mean is, we could capture that massive pie. And one of the things about, this is a little bit annoying, if you can lower it, lower the monitor, please. No, not you, sorry, I meant lower. Okay, so, yeah, I lost train of my thought. So let's. Yeah, we were talking about investment. So one of the things is, unlike a Hollywood movie or others where you do need your Brad Pitts or big stars to make a Hollywood movie, you can build $1 billion game sitting here in Hyderabad with a 10-20 member team, right? Which basically is amazing, which wasn't possible before. So that's one of the opportunities. And thanks to mobile, everybody now knows how to play games. So yeah, this is one of the biggest opportunities right now in the world, which is building video games.
Yeah. Deepak, you come from the Nazara family. You just started your own publishing business. So how is it looking like? Are you looking at the Indian market? What is this, and what do you think the Indian market is look like? Sridhar spoke of the potential, of course, but what is your opinion on it?
Yeah, so adding on to what Sridhar said, gaming industry has been growing for over the last decade or so, except for last year. So let us come to what happened last year. So one thing which characterizes last year was, it was a challenging year. It actually saw the end of that downtrend which we saw after the peak of COVID. So every boom has a side effect, or the flip side of a boom is a crash. So we saw somewhere, not a crash, but we saw gaming industry almost plateau in last year, which was on the back of, one is the COVID highs did not remain. Second is we also saw various macroeconomic headwinds in terms of rising interest rate, geopolitical tension, liquidity squeeze, and this all ended up in terms of bringing down the investments dramatically. So last year, the investments were down by 70% globally into the gaming industry. India also saw a similar, it had a ripple effect on India as well, where the investments were down. But 2023 also did a interesting thing, important thing. One is we saw the advent of emerging technology like AI, which has a huge role to play in gaming going forward. Second, coming to your question, India, I think India is poised to be the growth market in the gaming space. We are today at a very small, like Sridhar mentioned, we are only 1.5%. We are at $3 billion as compared to the global $200 odd billion. So with that kind of a platform, today we are seeing the right kind of trends, because the Indian market was always huge as far as subscribers were concerned. But the most important problem was, the challenge was monetization. How do you monetize? Will the Indian consumer pay? Who is downloading free to play? Who is paying? The good news is yes, Indian consumers are paying now. In fact, in the latest Google Play rankings, India is ranked 1 in terms of growth of paying users, which definitely demonstrates that the trend has kind of changed now. India has the ability to monetize and grow as a market. It will take some time. It will take time in the sense, both in terms of the quality of games, both in terms of the spread of talent which we need. But both these things we see now coming together. We are seeing also a big change in terms of government actively participating. Telangana, of course, is a pioneer here, but you are seeing the central government also coming out with an AVGC policy. They are setting up a COE. Similarly, we see all the other states also following suit. So there is more recognition of AVGC and gaming in particular across the states. And that is creating the right kind of ecosystem, innovation ecosystem, where you are seeing collaboration. Like was mentioned earlier, that task is now collaborating, right? So we need today in gaming that kind of collaboration between industry, academia, government, and of course, the game dev ecosystem on the ground. So I think Indian gaming industry is definitely going to see. So I would say the growth would continue. 20% is how we have been growing. It will taper down a bit because the big daddy of Indian gaming, real money gaming, I mean, that industry would not see that kind of a growth. But the other part of the industry, the casual, mid-core industry is going to see a significant growth.
Thank you. Mr. Shrikant Bora, like you all are here doing an Indo-American Chamber of Commerce event in Hyderabad, focusing on the AVGC sector. According to you, what makes Hyderabad special? And then I'll throw it open to the rest of the panel.
As we all know, in last 7-8 years, Hyderabad has emerged from nowhere to the global map. All large players or international players who have been in this industry are completely focused on Telangana and Hyderabad states, basically because of the 2-3 reasons. One is proactive, supportive role by the government of Telangana. Second, availability of talent. And third, entrepreneurship of Telangana. So these 3 things combined together is producing excellent result. And if we look at the total global market size of the gaming industry and our present market share, it is very negligible. We have huge opportunity. So I was discussing this morning with the Honorable Minister also, and they are focused, they are working on many projects, and in time to come, they are going to launch much more initiative for this industry. And government associations like us are making all efforts. Now it is up to the business community to come forward and take the lead.
But Sina, you've been all over the country in your growth. I mean, in your career, you've been in Delhi, Bangalore, and now Hyderabad. According to you, what is that zing factor in Hyderabad?
Very interesting question. Yes. I think the first thing, of course, whatever Mr. Bora has answered is very true. But I think what has also been happening is that whatever has been put in place by the previous government, the subsequent governments have been growing on it, right? So that's one thing. Second thing, which I find very, very unique over here, is if you look at the Telugu diaspora in general, right, compared to anywhere else in the country, once they have achieved something abroad, they want to invest into their districts, into their state itself. Example, the IT towers that came in the different districts. Most of the people over there, the companies over there are the Telugu diaspora itself, which is very unique, right? Which gives an opportunity to people to get employed in the place, in the district where they belong itself, which also helps the local economy grow. So it's a very unique kind of a model. Of course, if you look at any other state or country for that matter, right? Any investment that is coming to the state or country, incentives are given, power tariffs are given. Of course, if you look at Telangana, considering AVGC or image as an industry itself and working the norms, power tariffs, etc., everything as per industry is something which is very unique. Also, if you look at what is the most important thing, land is given, incentives are given, you get your own machinery. These are the various things, and probably that's the reason today a lot of investments are happening here. In fact, last week I've had some 5 meetings with various kinds of investors across industries, not only AVGC.
Thank you. Sridhar, you're a founder from Hyderabad. What, according to you, makes Hyderabad special, and what are the challenges of building something in Hyderabad, and what do you think needs to happen to fill the gap? It's a longer question, though.
Me? Yeah. So, what makes it special? We just have access to a lot of talent, right? You know, there are so many engineers. If you go anywhere, like, you know, every third person in Bangalore is also a Telugu, right? So there's a like Bangalore and other places, they have abundance of talent moving from rest of India. Hyderabad, luckily, you know, while it doesn't have the same kind of you know, talent moving from other parts of India, it has a lot of local homegrown talent, which we've been very lucky. But that said, that's also our drawback at this point, which is, you know, how do we attract outsiders to move here? How do we make it super easy for them to be comfortable with the city, right? So that's the thing. But the fact that with our our own inbuilt homegrown talent, we are a close second to Bangalore when it comes to video gaming. That's amazing, right? So that's I would basically put it in you know, one is we have, from a government policy making point of view, we had incredible leadership. The fact that the government spends the kind of money it does spend trying to do one of the largest AVCGA event, India Joy, here is like amazing, right? And folks, most of the folks here probably have been there and they know the quality of the event we're talking about. That attracts a lot of talent. And we've also been lucky that some of the bigger studios were established early on, like ES Glue and others, which also built a lot of talent for us. But I do feel like moving forward, we do need to invest more in creating or attracting more top-notch talent. And that cannot be just like what they are doing is amazing, you know, and what I will say is very politically wrong here, but we need more urban kids, you know, to be in gaming, unfortunately. That's what is needed. And you are probably not solving that. Urban kids, high IQ kids to become game developers. And for that, we do need high quality design schools or high quality schools teaching game design. So that's the future.
Deepak, I mean, Sridhar spoke about more talent coming back, right? You're somebody who's like grown up outside in Delhi, did a large part of your life in Delhi, Bangalore, Bombay, and then decided to come here and join Open Play and start another career here. How do you think that can happen? How do you think you get more outside talent to come in? Because when we do something like India Joy, for example, our idea, or like the Indian American Chamber of Commerce, the idea is to create business opportunities, right? When we get more people to come here, interact, network with each other, a lot of collaboration, a lot of innovation will happen when you have thought processes from different parts of the country coming in here. How do you think that can happen? And what has your experience been coming back, and
Yeah, so I think for any place to become a major kind of a destination for a professional is to have that ecosystem of opportunities, ecosystem where you can get talent and and an ecosystem which fuels innovation. So in that sense, I think Hyderabad, especially talking from a gaming standpoint, I think one great thing about Hyderabad, and I've seen other ecosystems as well, is that the kind of initiative taken by the government in terms of building a more holistic commitment to growing the sector, whether it is in terms of support, in terms of infrastructure, we have T-Hub, we have many other accelerators present here, Image STPI, or it is in terms of the financial support, or is it in terms of, most importantly, in terms of ecosystem. So having that India Joy event here, having that kind of access to innovation, they have kind of built like a sandbox where you can do things, create things, collaborate. So I think with companies coming up, so for example, Hyderabad is so attractive from an IT standpoint. Microsoft, Google have their biggest campuses here. Gaming companies are coming here. So I think once that starts happening with the and it is not just about the industry as well. It's also broadly about the city, the quality of life, the cost of living, the infrastructure. So I think on all these counts, Hyderabad ranks really well and has become, because I've come from all these cities, I can tell you initially when I came here, I was a little and kind of vibe as compared to other cities. But as you spend a little more time, you realize that Hyderabad is the place you can't imagine leaving. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that case, how do you think an AVGC, all the things that you spoke about, how do you think an AVGC policy will spur that? What kind of a role an AVGC policy will play in it?
Sure. I think, see, the best part is that policies, typically in different states, etc., are just policies on paper, right? You'd have 30-page thick, 300 pages thick book, which is hardly, implementable. But if you look at the AVGC policy of Telangana government itself, it's a thin book, which has got very clear-cut, implementable sections. And that's how it is. So if you look at the AVGC policy itself, it is talking about each and everything. Talent, talking about infrastructure. Image tower has already been spoken about, 16 lakh square feet area coming up, where you'll have plug and play models, infrastructure ready to be used by anyone. If you look at innovation, of course,
one thing which I'd like to also talk about, because today one of the things not discussed is of course design schools, etc. The problem is our students, they don't have computational thinking, design thinking, logical thinking as part of their fundamentals. And that is where the greatest challenge happens.
I typically go across the country and I ask questions to students, and I ask a very, very simple question. If you have to empty the Indian Ocean using a bucket, how much time will it take? Right? And 99% of the people will tell me, oh, it cannot be done. Some brilliant guy would say 100 years, right? And that's when I start talking to them. I said, okay, now what are the two variables here? Size of Indian Ocean, size of the bucket. And then when it suddenly, comes, and then when they say, okay, so if the size of the bucket is as large as the Indian Ocean, it'll take a couple of seconds, right? That is logical thinking, that is design thinking, which is lacking in our youth today. So it's important for us to identify youth. And for that, what we are also doing is, along with STPI, along with, Cinematica, TVAGA, everyone, we are now going to the intermediate colleges itself and promoting AVGC as an industry over there, as career choices, so that people go in. Today, JNFU VC, the ex-VC of JNFU was having a discussion with us and saying that their affiliated institutions are not getting students. While 94% of the students in Telangana want to join the service and operations industry of IT, right? So that's where we said, let's try to change the mindset of people at the intermediate level itself, so that you get the right kind of talent, bring in the design thinking also with them, the students, so that they can further do that. So probably that would also be added in the next one.
Yeah, we run out of time. We've just got 10 minutes left. Thank you. It was a very interesting discussion. We covered a lot of topics. We covered what makes Hyderabad special, what makes Telangana special, what needs to happen to make it even more special. And we also spoke about talent. I think talent and skilling is something that we at Jana and IGDC and TVAGA also working very hard on, because that's the only thing that will help further growth to the next, exponentially in the next few years. Any questions from the audience? Yeah. Mike's on there.
My question is to art students are not eligible to participate in this game industry. Is there any job or any medical reason probably immediate students are like that?
Sorry. Yeah, no, anyone with a creative bent of mind can do it. You must have a logical thinking approach. You should be able to visualize things. You should be able to, for example, and you're saying why art students cannot. In fact, art students should be the ideal choice itself. I will take at least, multiple years to even understand that if the position of the lamp or the bulb upstairs moves, which side my shadow will fall. I don't have that thinking, but art students can definitely do that. In fact, why arts? Anyone can do anything. All you need to do is, see, if you look at the skills, I think skills have to be broken down into competencies, right? No, if you are looking at people who would be doing coding, etc., right? That is what would be required. But for creative side, I don't think you're only looking at.
Yeah.
So just to. So usually it goes. So the way it works is it's all about people's capability, right? At the end of the day, people are looking for what kind of work you have done on yourself, what kind of portfolio you put it out there for people to see. Based on that, there are incredible number of jobs. So there is abundance of jobs, lack of talent in this industry right now. But when you say, hey, I've got a bunch of art students, they're just not good enough. If they don't get a job, they're just not good enough. And that doesn't mean they're not going to be. It's just that they just need to put in the effort to learn the skills needed for the industry at this point. So there are, at least like any movie industry, if you take a movie industry, there's a producer, there's a director, there is a cameraman, there's and all that. Video gaming also has similar kind of positions. There are producers, there are game designers who are similar to your directors. You got your programmers, you got your artists, you got your testers. So there are different roles for different people. So there, if somebody is looking for an engineer, they're looking for programmers necessarily. But if they are looking for somebody to test or somebody to do art, that's a different skill set. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to what kind of output they have done or put out, what kind of skills they are able to demonstrate. If they have the right portfolio, there is abundance of jobs. If they don't, then why would we want to bother with them?
Very great advice for gaming. My son actually in 2004, he was training different actually. At that age, before exams, was always training PlayStation, gaming and all that. My wife was very much worried. We were all worried how he's going to transform. We actually played in this plant in Arizona and U.S.A. So that really gave a very key industry in the advances and abilities. So it's a very good industry. We have to go as much as possible. Thank you.
I have a question about what started because we all know computers are deep, especially in gaming. We have seen games like God of War, Call of Duty, massive nuclear titles going on. Even mobile also has seen such numbers. It seems storytelling and everything is being played sometimes historical importance is not knowledge. But in our lifestyle, we only have green level or some kind of games like planning games. But one game probably like Raji, which good successes. And then Kalki, which is again they might come up with a game. So where do you see outside these, the extent of which how can we create content? So in terms of the future of the games.
I'll take the first part of it and then I'll let others also shape in. My personal point of view, the future is IP, not content. Content is going to be in abundance. What IP you own is going to be important. Okay, because of the AI and everything else coming in, content is going to be in abundance. Anybody can produce content, but do you own the thing that's profit? Right? That's absolutely. At the side, how many people are watching historical, mythological content right now in India? How many people are watching Big Boss and other things, right? So we don't necessarily, when we are building games, we don't necessarily need to take our ideas from mythology or historical days, because if they are not working in mainstream media, like TV and movies, then they're definitely not going to work in games. Right? So that's one of the reasons it's hard for companies who are building one game to invest in. So any kind of new industry you want to create, there is a significant investment made in that so that people build at least towards it. So if the economy needs to work, there needs to be tons of games which we can build on it, or you can games which we can build on it. Eventually, there is going to be an audience for that. But right now, there isn't. That's the reason there is not enough content. So that's my concern.
So I think what we're talking about is from a consumer side. Like if today I have a choice to play a BGMI, would I play a substandard game available in 90 localities? So the answer is no. The consumer is not going to choose you just because you're built in India. So the important part is, how do we start creating high quality games in India? And the answer again is a mix in terms of you need investors, especially to build high quality games. So the good thing is that today we have more investors in India focused on gaming than ever before. The other part is content and IP. How do you build original content and IP which is engaging? And today India has enough and more in terms of the raw material available to build that kind of content which can be taken by the world over. And third is you need to have the requisite teams who have the skill sets to deliver this kind of a thing. So I think that is where the ecosystem is evolving. I'm sure in the next 2-3 years, you will see some games which will kind of start hitting the mark, not at the triple level, but at least at the micro level, you see more games. I think it's a matter of time, maybe in the next 10 years, where you see a breakthrough in the game.
Just to add to what you have been said, a lot of things are changing in gaming also, right? For example, if you look at IPL is already happening, right? World over, and it's become very popular. We know that IPL kind of teams are actually now being set on the virtual gaming platforms itself, and people have owners of those teams, etc. So just this is one of the organizations with a some of the responsible. So as is that IP is most important. Right? If you have got the right IP, you're able to promote it well, you have it on. That's it. And today, if you look at it, gaming is and they are talking about novel entertainment gaming. What is serious gaming? Right? You can see people using gamification. Imagine the amount of things that are changing. For example, Cost was training people on pharma, and you can't put a reactor or a production plant in a classroom or a lab. So what we did was we were using AR technology and using gamification to persuade people. So gaming is one thing that wherever levels of life, and everything is there. You have different kind of games, traditional games, which are games also on Ludo has come on. You can believe it, someone told you like Ludo on. As they rightly said, substandard game, no one is going to look at it. If it's taking too much time to download, no one will look. And just to reiterate a point which was mentioned earlier, today, if you look at it, 17% of the global game downloads are happening in India itself. And that's the potential of what Indian market is. So if any one of you are creative enough and are thinking that you have got the right kind of game that you like and everyone likes, then go for it. You've got a good market scope, and all the best to you guys.
I want to add a point here that what we're also seeing is the revolution of AI, and gaming is definitely going to see a disruption from the AI standpoint, and it can become a greatest, like that kind of a leveler in terms of enabling game dev studios sitting in a corner using this technology to create best of games with lower investments, lower time. So I think AI is going to also create a disruption, which I think as India, we have the opportunity to really ride that wave.
Yeah. Last question. I'll just add one point. I think we're also having a lot of projects like the India Hero project by Sony, Crafton's India Gaming Incubator. There are a lot of people with a lot of skill in the game who are now starting to look at develop games and television. Those, I think, in the next 2-3 years, we're hoping to like have one big hit from India, and then it'll be a ripple effect. Sorry, next question. Last question.
We believe in this, that India is going to be the next great place for games, and also the policies for, I don't know the name please, but the point where the people like us facing the policies that are designed in 2016 and still apply around 2024, and we want more bootstrap projects that we
passionately build our projects from our own earned money. So what do you think? Like really, this India is going to be the next big player in this game development. With the audience, the development which is going now.
Well, the way I look at it is, there was a time when I used to wonder if my dad would ever play a game or mom would ever play a game, but eventually they found a game they like. My dad, Jinga, and my mom likes certain work. So there is so many different kinds of genre which people can play and enjoy on their mobile phone. Something you might enjoy in maybe a first-person shooter. I might not enjoy. I might not build it. So there's so much variety just like movies and play. When we talk about play gaming, the real money, that audience is very small, like only 7% of the general user base. What is the 93% user base who never spend money to make money, right? So you still need to build the infrastructure. And India is now bright with so many mobile devices that people want more content, right? But as Deepak said, why would somebody download your game versus some other game? Unlike movies where language could be a barrier and others, with mobile there is none of that. If there is a really good UX, you don't have to deal with any text at all, right? So when somebody can play a game built by a Chinese company or American company or some Finland-based company, why would they have to play a India game, right? So you have to compete at a global level with your quality of use need to be at that level so that you get Indian users. It's just that we have still an advantage because we understand our user base better. We understand Indian better than others. At least let's go with that assumption. And that means we can build a game which makes sense for India. Right? But that advantage might not be there for long because India is becoming such a big market that people are investing in building their studios here, people have moved here, so that window is very short. Next 3 years, 4 years is where you have to invest and start building your studio. So if anybody out here thinking about building a new studio, now is the time to start, right? Because there's an abundance of investment out there. There are a lot of people trying to look for companies to invest, a lot of incubators, a lot of pre-seed based money. So, and Hyderabad has one of the largest incubators, which is the incubator, which would be a perfect place to start. We can take it offline if you have a question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you everyone for joining this panel. I'd like to request Mr. Pankaj to participate our panel. Mr. Shrikant Sinha. Thank you for joining Mr. Sinha and for your valuable insights. We request you to honor Mr. Sridhar. I'd like to request Mr. Jyoti to come onto the stage. Thanks, Mr. Deepak, for joining the session. Thank you, Mr. Machaya, for moderating this amazing panel.
Thank you everybody for this lovely session, and
last but not the least, picture abhi baki hai they say. The session on forging stronger bonds, enhancing Indian collaboration in the film industry. May I request our honored guest, Ms. Supriya Yagala, the CEO, Executive Director of Annapurna Studios, to kindly come up on stage. Mr. Uday Singh from Motion Pictures Association India is joining online. And Mr. K. Bhakti Reddy, CMD, DigiQuest India, please come up on stage. Mr. T.G. Vinda, Indian cinematographer and director, may I request you also to please join on stage.
Yes, no. No. Not side. Don't jump into it.
We request the attendees to join the next session. It's going to begin momentarily. Thank you.
Hey, bro. Sorry. అంటే మొత్తం మీ ఏరియా కొంచెం ఇంకా కొంచెం
Good evening, everyone. I'm K. Bhakti from the University of being in this field of movie industry since 2003. And we introduced digital creativity in this country in 2003. Ever since then, it took about 12 years. And now everybody shoots digital. I'm very proud of that, and I'm very glad of it. And sharing with me here, Supriya, I've known her for several years because she's been in the industry also. And she represents a very reputable organization called Studios. And we have Rita on the stage here, who is a DOP.
Also for a long time. When we first got the digital cameras, he came and checked them out and all the stuff in 2003, 2004. He also belongs to my district, so we know each other. And he recently launched a Cinematica Award, Joy period. In our state. And Uday Singh Ji is joining us online, and Motion Picture Association, which is a very great reputable organization. The film chamber also of the Telugu Film Chamber, I served as a president for a film chamber for a year of both states. And we do associate with them, and I think Supriya may also have dealt with the Motion Picture Association, all that stuff. Supriya also serves as a prominent person in it's called a guild. Prominent producers all started this. So she's very, very active. She's very active socially and all that stuff. And I'll let them speak about themselves to start with. Ladies first, Supriya Garu. You can, ladies first.
Good evening, everyone. I think Mr. Basireddy has given the required introduction, so I'll spare us that and get into the matter. I'm just reading out of here saying forging stronger bonds, enhancing Indo-US collaboration of the film industry. Firstly, I'd like to just know how many people in this room are in any way associated with the film industry? Okay, right. Mostly VFX? VFX, all VFX? Okay, all VFX. So I think I'm a novice, or I don't know much about VFX except for running a VFX establishment. But I think the journey of conventional film industry to where we are today is something that's very dramatically changed in the last 5 to 7 years. And every 6 months, there's a new bit of technology, there's new words. What was relevant and what we learned 6 months ago is no longer relevant. And there is a big demon of AI or something else ahead. So I was listening to some of the comments and questions that came from the audio panel, and just to take from that, I'd like to just put forward that technology, content, all the wonderful things that we capitalize on and we make money and we build our companies on, that is the business. That's not what drives the business. What drives the business is not content, it's the story. It's not necessarily the technology, but the art that requires the technology. Thank you. So I think our learning has been that we're losing and not emphasizing the human element as much as we should. I think human beings are relegated to being skilled, and then we talk about skilling each other. But what we are seeing as producers, as people who have seen this change, been afraid of the change, maybe not even adapted to the change as well as some new comers and new entrants, is the EQ level, the emotional quotient level that is required for art. Whatever form of storytelling that you're picking up, you're making a game, I don't play games, but I'm thinking the story needs to be interesting. So instead of, it's the same skill that you need, but you need to see it from a different lens. And I think one of the reasons I'm pretty much platform of late in the last 2 years is because we see a huge deficit of that where we are making movies. We are conventional movie makers. We still rely It's not a B2B business and all the investors in between and all the funding in between and all the whatever. I still need the one guy who buys my ticket to like my movie. That's the fundamental existence of Bahubali. Today we are all sitting on platforms and talking with these big films as the path breakers, but it all is just backed by the idea, the art, and the passion. So I just urge everyone, while we get kind of blown away by the skilling, the numbers, everything, some part of us needs to come back into the root of it, the groundedness of it, and ask yourselves why you do it. Why do you code for game if you are? Why do you write for story? Why are you a roto person? Why are you smoke artist? Why are you whoever you are? Is it because you just got there because it is the better paying job opportunity? Was that your interest? Or would you like to do something else with it? And what does skilling exactly mean to you? To each individual, because skilling is not homogeneous. And I think I'd just like to say that from the last thing and pass it on. Thank you.
Good evening, all. For today, for this event, forging strong bonds, enhancing the U.S. collaboration with the Indian industries. So, to my knowledge, when if we go back in the early days, like films like the directors like Mira Nair and Richard Attenborough, the Gandhi and the Kama Sutra, and later part Monsoon Wedding, and all these films were actually collaborated U.S. production houses with the semi-Indian production houses, and they made successful films based on Indian rooted stories and cultural exchange films like Monsoon Wedding and all, and biographies. And there are some films like after the I think 2000, early 2000, there are films like Namesake and other many films. They were into the global arena. And there was a talent exchange also, like Irfan Khan and Nasiruddin Shah, and there was also Om Puri was in earlier days of it, Indiana Jones series and all. So there was also talent exchange in the international films. But what I was always feeling, there was a lacking in Indian industry collaboration with the US. Unlike you take Hong Kong films, the Hong Kong directors and the martial art films, I think my childhood, I saw films which are produced by Hollywood production houses. I was thinking Hong Kong was actually part of Hollywood, but it was completely as they're making equally big production houses. They're producing films in Hong Kong and later part in Korea, and even you take some of the films of Japan, take like father of the cinema, like Akira Kurosawa, made many films. They collaborated with the Russian government and they produced films. In those days, early days, what I heard in the film schools, Satyajit Ray is being called to make a film on artificial intelligence on those days, actually, AI-based film. So he's with these stories, Indian-rooted stories. But somehow with this artistic ability, he was actually not, he came back and he made his own way of films. In India, we have a diversity of stories, diversity of cultures and languages. We have so many stories to tell to the world. And recently, as she said, and as we experienced with our films like folklores and rooted natively like films like Bahubali and Triple R, though took the historical figures and fictionalized and emotional content which had a big openings at the box office, worldwide collections. So we have so many stories to tell. So I think the collaboration with the Indo-American collaboration, especially with our rooted stories in our regional films like in Telugu and Tamil and Malayalam, you take in all languages. You have so strong films. I can tell you a brief, small examples like films like recent films like Tumbad and some of the films in Kerala and all. Those films, they took the global attention. Earlier, all our films like Bengali films and Malayalam films and some of the Marathi films and some of these Bollywood films, they were only, they only, categorized for art cinema earlier days because they were artistical qualities. And nowadays, like Bahubali actually broke all these records, in that way, to grossing these huge amounts and reaching to the wider range of audience. So Hollywood also should take the directors like, how they took the Mexican films like, Alejandro González Iñárritu and Guillermo del Toro and Alfonso Cuarón. These people, they're making the films in Hollywood from Mexico, and we take from Australian directors and all. Like Indian directors also, they have to take some of the potential directors and they have to produce collaboratively with the Indian production houses. And they should have a talent exchange at the same time. Technicians also should come over some, and here they have to hire up some technicians, and there will be a part of learning also here. There will be a discovering also for them the potentiality of here. So the films will go globally. So the stories have been holding for a long time to India can be explored to the world so that the people will see. So that kind of attempt can be done. So they have to choose proper production houses, their stories and their capabilities and the quality of the films we are producing. Luckily, we are in Telangana. We have so many big studios which are capable of reaching the international quality. And we expect actually the American collaboration with our Telugu films so that we have a huge production houses can really take up to the level by cost cutting down and reaching the quality, international quality, and giving within the time actually. Like we have so much of manpower here, but we don't have such big films to make it. Only we have a couple of films, like 3 or 4 heroes here, we are making the film. If you make 10 films, you have so much of, all the unions and organizations, we have a potential talent here and artists here that can be really, done well. That's what I feel.
May I disagree?
Now, Uday is joined us online. So Uday, some people know about you, some people don't know about you. What is that Motion Pictures Association of India does is, if you can educate us and so.
Those spending production of 2019 is going to be stressed right now because of the COVID period. They didn't go the COVID. They'll probably refresh the report soon. At that time itself, it was 176 billion, supporting 14 billion. Generating an economic impact of 415 billion, and 67% of this spending is not in the production sector but other businesses. For every production, you have catering, you have food, others, you have people from outside as well. That's contributing to a substantial amount is added into an economy, and the production comes in there. And governments utilize this value, make it like a strategic tool for attracting high value investment into the country. In fact, if you see the same timeline as Los Angeles, it's the number of Vancouver, we attracted almost 2.8 billion in revenue. That's why giving incentives for America to move towards Vancouver. What is the LA do? They responded by spending about 400 million incentives, key production. What we call good food production, quality production, production which you want them not to go away from where you are, it's what is called runaway production. To make a motion picture is usually from a level point of view, you get about $250,000 a day to go to the country. It is all the way there. And motion picture and television production provide immediate and recurring benefits to the community, local vendors, tourism, and a long-term potential for infrastructure, development, and investment. This is a valuable cultural export for something we pointed out. Probably before me was talking about mountain wedding, and happy to say I will be in India to meet up. So I have some history going back. There was a lot of people, it was this, or maybe like better. These are these certain matters, unfortunately, my peers like us, and we let it go for the world to lead those to India. Now, looking at this authority worldwide, including India, continuously improving things with respect to Europe, we'd be happy to know that India has increased contribution from 30 to 40%. CAD has now gone up to about 3.6%. I don't know what India. We are today, we've gone on the days when we have decades and these states are completely for incentives and those incentives and impact on top of what we spend already. So the ratio 5% debate is significantly getting on hand. Now this incentive also covers the target audience as well. It is animation, visual effects, gaming, post also. So if I'm actually doing my visual effects, if I am going to say Hyderabad or Bangalore, then I can actually avail of them. So it's great benefit for the using.
Okay. Now,
there's also some other criteria which you have to do, but basically come back to the story of collaboration between India and Bollywood. It has grown over the decades to recognize that they have talent, diverse locations, cost-effective production, Hollywood technology, and both in there. Like we mentioned earlier before, the effective cross-collaboration between India and Bollywood will require co-production, more than coming in, joint ventures, and then resources for each of both industries. Getting to partnerships, talent exchange, as you rightly said, cultural fusion, storytelling, activity managed from India, actually go across the world. Benefits from local shooting location, actually, separation and enhance your the cross market expansion and technological first, Ron, I'd like to say there is a great potential there for activity producing, and to have the right product, no reason why India can't produce them
well, thanks. Thanks, Uday. You'll get another chance to elaborate on some of the things. We on the stage, we could not hear you properly. I don't know the people out there could hear him properly. You all could hear him properly? Okay, that's good, as long as you people heard it. Now, there is one of the wonderful things we talked about, what's so good about Hyderabad and all that stuff. one of the wonderful things are happening here in Hyderabad is a virtual production facility at Annapurna. And it's the huge one, it's a big one. I think it's probably the biggest one in India as of right now, if I'm not mistaken. So they joined the Cube, the guys who deliver the content into the theaters. They joined in partnership and they have that. I just want, there are several people who are in the CG and all that stuff. I just wonder whether she could share some experiences, what it is and all this.
Yes, so we do have the largest virtual production which exists in the country in Hyderabad. Again, I will very clearly put it out there that that's technology. It's a fantastic screen. It's incredible use of various gaming programs like Unreal, Pixera, etc. I don't know the names. They all come together and they ask us to tell the story there. But what's happening is high quality visual effects, high quality assets are not available. They are in shortage. When you ask why can't we get it made, we don't have visual artists who can provide that kind of quality. Now, I'm not going to say whether it's, I'm not going to go into the quality scaling, but I will say that it's not enough. Whether it's the skill, whether it's the discipline, whether it is to use any technology like virtual production, you require depth in planning, depth in getting your visual effects assets. So I'll tell you, there's going to be an ad out. How many of you know an actress called Sri Leela? Yes. So she had done an ad day before yesterday on the virtual production stage, and it was an ad for an aviation school. The assets for this aviation school, I'm assuming, are very easy if you really think about it, but could not be delivered. Could not be delivered to the quality that was required. Because you're talking about serious technology, not simple LED screens. So you're talking about 2.8 pixel LED screens, while your standard is 3.8 of what we're probably used to seeing anywhere else. We shoot with 2.8, which means it's, you can't really fake it. Assets to be made for that quality of technology, we haven't reached it yet. We are looking, we are hunting, we are working with teams in the U.S. who can work with us and give us assets. U.S. says they need months. When you ask them for an asset, they say, how many weeks do we have? In India, we have days, hardly, because we don't know anything about planning. We don't plan. We get an actor's dates and I say, oh, I've got this actor's dates on this day, I've got to shoot. I'm like, what are you going to shoot on? Whatever you have available. So then what do people like me do? We show existing assets of Paris, existing assets of LA, existing assets of London, and say, this is what is available. What about making something? See, we've created the parliament. We made assets of the new parliament and the old parliament. We made assets out of Charminar so that we can say that an actor is able to stand right next to Charminar or fight right in front of Charminar. But this requires artists. This particular virtual asset development, as they call it. I don't know how many of you here are deep into that, but that's an area there are no artists available. And when we ask them why artists are not available, they say they prefer to go to gaming because gaming does not require this high quality. Now, I'm not sure, because from what someone said before, they said the higher the quality of the game. So this says one thing to me. We're not meeting up to the quality somewhere. We're not meeting up to deliverables and the quality that the end product requires. How do we get there? So Vrinda was really kind in saying that India has excellent talent and India has various stories, none of which I'm going to, say no to, but I think we do lack some things. We do lack staying power, we do lack resilience, and end of the day, it's the carrot or the stick. So attrition in the gaming industry is so quick because this is what I seem to understand, that it's the next job. It's the next higher paycheck. But it does take 10,000 hours to become an expert at anything. And I don't know if we are putting in those 10,000 hours that is required. So to bring it back to virtual production, we've shot a forest, we've shot someone falling off a cliff, we've shot an aeroplane, we've shot a number of things. But every time we go into that shoot, we realize how far we are from being able to use that technology efficiently. We are scrambling because people are not skilling themselves enough. Now, are there training facilities for this? No. So it's somebody's interest. Somebody just has an interest, they want to get here, they have to come, join in, learn, and they get, it's like this. How many colorists? Every film requires a colorist, a film colorist. I don't know if we have grading schools in India. I don't know if we have grading schools in India. Likewise, we say focus operators. A camera, every film that is made needs a focus puller. Now, a focus puller is the DOP's right hand. We don't have focus pullers that get trained. We're depending on the guy's inherent skill. There is no training. And when we say training, I'm a producer here without training. I've not been trained. Were you trained? You interned somewhere. You learned.
That's usually DOPs take care of it, but as the technology is improving, there are automated focus.
That's not true because I was on set the other day and Mr. Prakash Raj gave 5 takes, all okay takes, but all takes focus was out. So I was fighting and asking that guy, why are you not able to get your focus? Madam, technology రోజుకి పెరిగిపోతుంది, రోజు ఒకటి ఇస్తున్నాడు ఒక machine, అది దాన్ని ఎలా చేయాలో అర్థం కావట్లేదు madam. That's what is the answer.
The problem here with the focus pullers every day, no. Generally here with the artist, talent is there, and the best cream of the talent in the world, they reach to Hollywood, and the best talent here from India, they reach to Bollywood. So the Bollywood productions are bigger and the payment is bigger. Most of the focus pullers and technicians from South working in Bombay. Here, they get the basic exposure, basic learning. They do all trials here and they go in Bombay, they work. Because the payment is high and the best cream of the talent is working in Bombay, big productions. That's what is happening every time. We groom people, try to do it. Even from our association also, we try to call people, but people are, they are not really active. They are not really disciplined to learn something. And we would come something, from our
technical training also.
Technical training. So I think because this is an Indo-American thing there, I'd like to put out if someone has an ear to the governments and can get certain things done. We are an industry. I know AVCG, and there is a particular AVCG policy that is formed. However, now I think the gaming, film, VFX, all these pieces are just all intertwined. And though the Indian film industry is been labeled an industry, there is no policy document. After 10 years, there is no policy document. And for all the collaborations and partnerships and everything that we seek, I don't know if it would be that easy.
No, you're right. In the industry status, it was originally announced by Sushma Swaraj a long time ago when she was the Information Broadcasting Minister. But the more I dig into it, the more I found out about it. What they're saying is, industry itself is not interested to get the title called industry, because once you get the title as an industry, then all labor law problems will arise. So you have to meet all the labor requirements and rules and regulations, OSHA, and insurances, and every small company also should have to do that.
So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I do believe that unless the government does not sanction us, or even for example, I was working with a company, a very prominent company in the U.S. They are an independent filmmaking company, made some incredibly films that went to the Oscars, etc. And the reason our collaboration couldn't go further was because the laws that existed were not conducive to healthy collaboration and partnership. So I'm just using this platform because it says Indo-American, and I see a lot of people who would like to work with Indian companies. The dialogue is great, the intention is great. However, when it comes to implementation, like most things here, we fell short. And so I urge anyone who has anyone's ear in getting certain collaborations. For example, if it's talent, I'll give you an example. If you are a VFX specialist, and I would like to bring this VFX specialist to India to work or to train my teams, the amount of paperwork and paraphernalia and your taxation rules that are not conducive. I will not say that we should not pay tax. We should pay tax, of course. But it has to be ease of business. That doesn't exist. So now we are bringing colorists in from Finland. We are bringing in colorists from Poland. And we are not following the path for them to be able to say, hey, I will live here for a year. I will train people. I will share practices from there and go back. Because they're coming as a, I don't know what you call it, but they just come for the gig. They come for the gig and they leave. And we're not able to retain them, and purely because of law.
Instead of, we have 10, 15 minutes left, instead of we talking and talking and talking, I like people to ask questions, and if there is anything we can answer and so on and so forth. There is a wonderful lady sitting in front of me, Me School. She was associated with media entertainment skill. That's how I knew her. And then in the T-Hub itself, she has a Me School. I wonder how that is working and what is happening and what is that you want from the industry. Annapurna Studios is a very big studio. Vinda is a great DOP. Have you ever come, Vinda, to the school to train the kids on the photography or anything? You did? For Me School? In the T-Hub, there is a Me School. She runs a Me School. No, you didn't.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, Supriya, we met earlier with Mr. Mohit Soni. Yeah. So, thank you, Basireddy Garu, for putting forth about Me School. The idea here is, I have a question before I even go forward, taking it what Supriya Garu was saying. See, we are already we are continuously, because I'm also an advisor for Skill Council of India. So this has always been a question. We have this gap of skills, right? But there is another. It's like a catch-20. There is an industry which is hiring non-skilled. So the making skills as aspirational is a big question. See, they don't see the need that they need to, like in other industry, if you go to any IT, nobody would take anybody, if you're not properly trained or skilled. But that's not the case with the industry. That's where you are, finding this gap, never-ending, extending only, but we are not able to shrink that. Until and unless there is a process or a protocol which says so many policies like in other industries mandate like 20%, now they're putting it, and otherwise in IT segment and manufacturing, everywhere it's a mandate that you need to be trained. If that as a producers, if that can be, very strongly narrative goes that, we need to have skilled, maybe ratio in the beginning can be less. That's when all these policies, that's when all these academies, that's when all these, the new talent who want to come, then their thought process would change. We need to change that.
Ma'am, point well noted. We have a unique problem in our Indian film industry. 80% of producers are single film producers. 80%. So there are only 20% of producers who produce as a career producer. I'm a career producer. I have no other profession. But if you look at it, 80% of all producers make one film and leave. Well, with and also again another statistic, 5 to 10% is the success rate of our films ever, all over. Hollywood, anywhere you take it. Good year, there's been 1 year where we were 12%. But 5% is the success rate. So we're gamblers. Let's just be, while we're sitting here, I've come to T-Hub to talk, I know nothing of what happens here. We are fundamentally gamblers. We believe an idea, and we say, okay, I've got some money to lose, and I'm hoping to make some money. So now what's happening is we're going on this is a transition. It's clearly a transition where someone who going back home to Gajuwaka and says, I'm a DOP, I'm a cinematographer, I work in film. Sounds like a profession now. It didn't sound like a profession earlier. Cinema panjastava. So what have we got from this? Me being here, I'm like, what can I offer here? Then I realize, oh, there's VFX. We're doing VFX in every film. VFX, 5 years ago, was how much money you spent on VFX would get people into the theater. Today, my VFX shouldn't be seen. I have to do VFX in a manner that it doesn't intrude with my story. So I do think that while we are an extremely disorganized, unskilled industry, the requirement of skill in particular fields is very, very high. Now, what is the skill of a director? I'd really like for one of us to take a piece of paper and write down what makes a good director. I bet you all of us will have different things. It's different. Mr. Rajmouli is completely different to a Kabir Khan. Somebody else is, that's just the nature of it. Now, when we come to focus pullers, we have a mid-segment, and this I'm saying this because we need it. There is a mid-segment of, technical operators, data handlers, various other people working with machinery that do require skilling. And I think most of them who come into the film industry come in because they want to be in the film industry. The film industry in those levels probably pays much lower than any other, much lower than animation if you're sitting in an office. But now we are seeing a lot of people come back. They're doing this reverse thing that I worked in animation, and now, so therefore we're seeing they have some skill. They've worked, I have people who are from IITs and IIM saying we want to write stories. And I'm like, oh gosh, I shouldn't be talking to them. I don't know anything, So, a point noted, but I really do think that all the government skilling programs that have come to us have said, come to the studios, or have come and said, we'll give certificates. Because the government requires X number of people to be skilled under those programs. But they need to ask what they need to be skilled in, and maybe even take trainers from associations. Like we have very, very deep associations.
Yeah, that's happening. The master
Tie up
trainers.
with them, get them trained, certify them. Then I will be in a place to ask, are you a focus operator? Where's your certificate?
That's good. Now, I understand Miss Upasana Arora Garu sent her a small video. We have very little time, I hope. How long is that video? Anybody knows? 3 minutes? 4 minutes? Okay, fine. She's going to show it here and there too.
Namaskar, I am Upasana Arora, Managing Director, U.S.A. Super Specialty Hospital, Kaushambi. I would like to tell everyone that I am a part of Namaskar, I am Upasana Arora, Managing Director, U.S.A. Super Specialty Hospital, Kaushambi. I would like to tell everyone that I am a part of medical value travel in FICCI, as well as I was chairperson for medical value travel in Export Promotion Council. So I know that how important healthcare for this country as well as for other countries also. This is a service summit, so I think we should talk more about services we are providing. U.S.A. is a very good name in North India. Now I can't say that we are limited ourselves to
5% rate of success. I mean, success rate is at 5%, and you are gambling on the industry, present industry. Why can't you gamble on animation industry, where people from U.S.A. or like from other global countries, they are coming to India, and they are publishing a movie, and they're making millions in India. Whereas we have never tried it. Until, even we are gamblers, we never tried it. Why so that?
So I think it's actually complementary to each other. Animation and movie industries, see, they work on the basis of a story. So have you seen Inside Out?
Yes.
How many of you saw Inside Out? It's playing in theaters. Very few theater goers. Very few theater goers. Okay.
But even we have Netflix and other streaming
Yeah, I mean,
platforms.
you know, it's like, I love these words, disruption, etc., etc., etc. We always had them. You know, you always had something bigger and better come. Today, just like how the struggles that we're talking about in animation, we make films look very good. You know, we look like a very successful industry, but we have been dealing with the fact that for the last 10 years, footfalls have been dropping. Why? Because our animation competitors have provided excellent games for people not to go to theaters. OTT platforms have come into our homes and made big screen viewing only relegated to event pictures. However, 2 hours of watching a story, I mean, and this is a question we have to ask ourselves. With attention, what are we all fighting for today? Somebody's attention, your attention, right? I think there's a bigger shift than we understand in what I need to gamble with. If I should gamble and make money, I should be making shorts, reels. That's what I should be doing, because that's where most of the money is.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but but see, we are in, I mean, I do believe that art has this incredible ability to draw people in a way that they feel their sense of purpose is elevated. I don't know if I'm going to make a reel and feel like I made a super hit film. So I am chasing that feeling of purpose and success. Animation doesn't fit into my space. Animation fits into my space or a filmmaker's space as long as it meets with it's serving the purpose. Gaming is another completely thing I know nothing about, so I'm not the right person to ask.
To be honest, like, there are too many audience who like animation in India, but they are starving that there is no animation coming from our own people, in fact.
So I'll tell you this, I have a friend whose film is releasing this Friday. It's one of India's biggest film. And I know that she nor any of the makers of that film are thinking of animation or anything. They are thinking of the story they wanted to tell. The Big Bang. After that, if that film is successful, I'm sure there's going to be...
You mean the Kalki?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm sure there's going to be many games on it.
I hope you've seen the to be honest, my friend never liked animation, but after Kalki theme releasing the 2 animation series, which they have given 2 episodes, my friend who never watched anime is asking when is the 3rd episode.
That's great. That's great. So we're making the shift.
When people like you are not giving a chance to the people, or not trying it, like, somebody has to come and give it a try. Unless then
no, there are people. There are many producers who are animation friendly, but animation is extremely expensive. extremely expensive. And while I struggle with dealing with stars or the ground realities of making a movie, animation, I'm thinking, has a completely different struggle, you know, in its own right.
Boss,
India
we got
has
several
really
other
good-
people, we got several other people to ask questions. Please pass them on.
I want to ask a question. So, madam, my company name is Mountain Flower Animation, and we do storyboard for movies. So, how important do you think storyboard is for the movie industry?
Great question. So we've been trying to get storyboarding, simple storyboarding, getting our directors to storyboard for the last maybe 10 years, but it never caught on. But today with technology, for example, if I have to go into a virtual production studio to shoot anything, I must have storyboarding. And earlier, you know, storyboarding was limited to the artist. Today with AI, and I think it's become a faster process. So, I mean, if you have storyboarding available, and if you can make it you can make it affordable to filmmakers, because that's not our end product. You know, it's a great, we're looking for them all the time.
It is a must as far as I'm concerned, storyboarding, a proper storyboarding, and brings everybody on the same page, what they were going to shoot next day and so on and so forth. I had a guy from Disney, and that's the only guy I've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, everything, I mean, all the artifacts, whatever he wants, also it was there already on the storyboard. So the art director knew what he needs to get when.
So for storyboarding, I think what's happening now is we're not going about it for full films because it's not possible, but key sequences we are insisting.
So as a startup, we are struggling to find a partner to showcase our projects. So can we collaborate?
Sure.
Yeah.
Please reach out to us after and I'll connect you.
Yes. Thank you.
No, we can't hear you, sir, sorry. Mike.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Is anybody here from T-Hub? I think they need to improve upon their audio system, you know, I mean, even we are not able to hear anybody on the TV or something like that. Maybe we want to pass on the information to them so that the next sessions will be better.
No, I think there's a problem with this mic which I've taken. Thank you very much. First of all, my name is Murli. I'm from VFX Systems Limited from marketing side. And
Can't hear. What's
your
mic, boss?
Hello? Can you hear me, sir?
No, yes.
Yeah, thank you. This thanks to IACC for this event actually, and this session is wonderful. And thanks to Supriya and yourself, Basireddy, you are very good information from the film industry. Since being in marketing, I had an aspiration from Bond movies. From our country here, we could not actually edge out with good Bond movies. I did see in 1968, You Only Live Twice and Goldfinger. And they were extraordinary movies. Such kind, those days itself, with that technology, they could manage to come out. And now with this advanced technologies, what are your views actually on this account? And secondly, we are actually from IT point of view, across the globe actually we have got businesses. And from movies point of view, can we not think of actually involving other countries' officials, as thanks to Supriya madam, she was indicating that technicians are from Finland. Actors also getting involved, taking a global movie, which can give a good integration across the globe. What are your views on this account? Thank you.
In my opinion, it is happening, sir, but not to the extent where probably you would like to see it. As she said, she's bringing technicians from abroad. There are several stunt masters and all that stuff, also some of the movies, they're bringing in from abroad. I mean, real professionals, they're coming. I mean, some producers are spending the money and bringing in the real stuff.
Honestly, it is happening like he's saying. There are some areas where we really require them. For example, action is a big area. So Stephen Richter, I mean, he's a guy we bring in every time from Poland, and it's not like we're bringing them in from the U.S. or Britain or anything. It's just because they've done more of that work, and they have skills in rigging, etc. which are much superior to us. I think that the maturity of the markets will happen when I was saying 80% of producers are not from here. So that number, as it gets skewed, I mean less skewed, and you have more producers who know how to spend their money. For example, I have my own madness in my math. You need to have producers who understand that, not just finance films.
Wish to see wonderful times. Thank you, please.
First of all, thank you so much. As a mother to two sons, one of whom is totally into anime and animation and VFX, and the other who's very much into, thinking of himself as a performer, I see the beautiful differences in both. And one of the things I found missing today was, and you spoke to it, alluded to it so well, because you said you all had your own path. You were not trained in what you went about doing. And I'd love to hear about that at some point, maybe one-on-one. But the question I have then is, in previous panels, they talked about how they need more design schools, more schools for training for all these artists. And you yourself have spoken about how it is by chance that you became a DOP and you became this executive producer. What are some pathways you're building, the ladder behind you, so others can climb and learn through your work now?
So it's a very relevant question for today, for today's times, I think. I think a lot of youngsters have fantastic ideas. They're living in their head. When you ask them to come out of their head and make this happen, they're lost. They're absolutely lost. And I think that's something that is we're going to see the effect of that as in this generation to come. My suggestion would be to actively push them between people. So I'll just give you a small example. I'm making a movie right now. We've had about 5 or 6 people sitting and doing pre-production. Fantastic job. They were sitting on their computers. The script is being broken down, props and locations and costume, blah, blah. Everything's happening. I was like, wow, this looks easy. We went on to set. They were like, in the middle of the road with lights on them, frozen. They were frozen. And I'm like, run. They didn't know how to run. They didn't know how to get screamed at. They didn't know how to ask the wrong questions. The first time when they asked a question, and I was like, nonsense, and I shouted, after that they got shut down. I know that was not how I learned. Now, I don't want to go back into that time saying that in our good old times, I just followed. I didn't think. These guys are thinkers, but they think that the ideas need to automatically happen, which is not going to happen. And I've been telling everyone, stop making your movies on your computers and stop communicating on WhatsApp. So we had this very unusual situation, costumes chat. One person went to the shops, was looking at the clothes, taking pictures, sending them on the group. After 10 little girls' frocks, I can't understand what I like. How is a man, the director, going to understand? So I said, did anyone go and pick up 2 dresses, bring them back, show them to the director? No. So so this point is for if you have children who are artistically inclined, I think the internet is doing fabulous things for their artistic ideas to keep blooming. What they are not getting is on-ground work. Put them amongst people who will push their boundaries. Put them amongst people where they have to do odd jobs, learn from scratch, because right now everybody who walks into my office thinks he can direct a film. I ask them, have you interned with the director? Have you assisted a director? No, ma'am, I just went for one schedule somewhere and I knew that I can direct the film. How am I going to put crores of money on this guy? You know, so, and I think we're missing something here with the youngsters. So the last summer, what I did with my daughter wants to be a producer, wants to work in film. And I said, yeah, what do you want to do? She thinks this is the job. So I said, no, and she went and worked on Kalki. And when she went for 3 months, she sat in a shed where the car was being made. They were trying to figure out the car last year. And one evening when she came back home, I said, what was good? She said, Mestri Anna ordered chicken from the mess, Amma. So I had good lunch. I was so happy because that's where it starts. I think everyone thinks they can be everything. I think they need to start being it somewhere. I hope that helps. I'm a mummy too. I struggle with it.
Thank you. Thank you all. Most of us are available offline also. So if you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer your questions if you have. We have done over 500 movies in our studios, but tell me, every director who comes in, he says he's got an Oscar-winning movie.
May I request Mr. Pankaj Bora, our National President, to please kindly come and honor Ms. Supriya Yarulakad. Yeah, just if you can.
Hospital, Kaushambi. I would like to tell everyone that I am a part of medical value travel in FICCI, as well as I was chairperson for. Namaskar, I am Upasana Arora, Managing Director, U.S.A. Super Specialty Hospital, Kaushambi. I would like to tell everyone that I am a part of medical value travel in FICCI, as well as I was chairperson for medical value travel in Export Promotion Council. So I know that how important healthcare for this country as well as for other countries also. This is a service summit, so I think we should talk more about services we are providing. U.S.A. is a very good name in North India. Now I can't say that we are limited ourselves to only North India. Everybody knows U.S.A. and we are known for our good quality of care and patient safety. But we were doing only super specialty work and only treatment part or some preventive health checkups. But then I realized that beauty and health goes together. So we opened a very good cosmetology center where we are providing different kind of procedures and different kind of things which our experts are doing. So I think when we talk about beauty, we should always think about health also, because without your health you cannot look beautiful. U.S.A. always believe in prevention, so we are always promoting preventive health checkups as well as your health and wellness. So we want that all people who are coming to our place as a patient, they have to follow a certain kind of lifestyle. They have to do yoga, follow good diet, whatever is best possible for your mental health also. You have to do like meditation or listen good music, or you have to do whatever you like for some time for your own self. So we are running this hospital from many years, like our journey started in 2006, Kaushambi, but U.S.A. is into healthcare from 90. But now we wanted to provide everything under one roof, so we are coming up with the Medicity, which is a 1200 bedded hospital. Best hospital I can say, because whatever we are making, in the journey of making, we are trying to put the best things for our patients, like modular ICUs, modular OT, best equipment for cancer. So I wish we can provide all type of care, quaternary care to our patients in North India. And because we are focusing on medical value travel, so still we are receiving patients from different countries to Kaushambi also. I really wish all the best for this summit and as well as health for all. Thank you.